governments to help meet their carbon reduction goals, like carbon tax in EU and then IRA in US. On the other hand, voluntary markets are optional markets where companies can purchase carbon credits to offset their emissions. So one of the most used phenomena in carbon offset markets is carbon credit. Voluntary carbon markets collect money from private donor, businesses, and foundations, and then invest this money in sustainable projects to reduce greenhouse gas emission. Although these markets have great potential, but they have frequently failed to demonstrate the reduction of CO2 emissions. The biggest problem in these markets is transparency. So one of the stories that I found while researching that JP Morgan has invested $1 million in offsetting this project, including protecting a natural area in Pennsylvania. And they sold these credits to Disney, but critics remain skeptical about their effectiveness. And the Nature Conservancy has faced accusations of greenwashing. And John Oliver also made a video about it. So what is the difference between RECs and carbon credits? Renewable energy credits are used to promote these are to promote the promotion of the renewable energy credits are used to promote renewable energy sources, while carbon offsets are used to promote the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. The second big difference is our RECs are used for smaller projects, and the carbon offsets are used bigger projects more than 1 megawatt. And RECs are used to cut down scope 2 emissions. So during my research on RECs, I found out that they can be traded internationally, and project developers can get paid in dollars anywhere in the world. That has been done in Pakistan for the first time on 11th April. So what I'm making. So Roshni is a digital platform that allows users such as private donor, businesses, and foundations to fund sustainable energy projects in the global south with full transparency, tax-deductible receipts, and renewable energy certificates. So how it works. Remember, we spoke about a school in the start that needs maybe $10,000 to install a solar panel. They will go to their community organization in their neighborhood. And then that community organization who work with us will upload all the documents on our platform. And those documents and paperwork can be seen by the private donors and businesses, and they can fund these projects directly to those community organizations, and they get funds through our channel, and then they will install solar panels. After the solar panel installation, that all data will go to our platform, and then through an API, and then we will convert that data into renewable energy certificates, and then we give it to the people who ask for it, and then businesses. So what does look like at the end? So the businesses get RECs, and the private donor gets tax deductible receipts. Schools get solar panels with no dependency on bigger grids, and the partner organizations have bigger community impact. So the school that I was talking about, if we, in my project, if I was able to raise the money, that school will get funding, and then they will get those solar panels at the end. So thank you so much for listening, and you can have more information by scanning this QR code.
Thank you so much, Zeshan. And we will now ask you to drop your screen share, and we will now invite Erika.
Hello. So thank you so much for tuning in. So I'll quickly begin. So my name is Erika Bulger. I am actually a Maltese American designer, which is why my project is centered around the country of Malta. So I spent a lot of time going back and forth And if you don't know, Malta is actually very small. So here's some size comparisons. It actually becomes a little speck in comparison to the UK. It is so small that driving from the north to the south coast actually only takes about 30 minutes, and driving the longest that you can takes only about an hour. With Malta's small size, you'd think it would be easy to get anywhere with public transport. But let's see the reality for Malta's residents that use the bus system. So meet Benji. I'm going to provide a case study here. He's an elderly man from Dingley, and unfortunately, he's been diagnosed with cancer and needs treatment at the main hospital. So by car, this trip would only take about 22 minutes. But let's see what it looks like by bus. So first of all, the route only runs every hour. And then also, someone like Benji would have to wait a long time at the bus stop because the buses rarely follow schedule and there's no efficient live feed anywhere. Furthermore, while waiting at that bus stop, it has little seating and cover, and the sun will often burn someone's skin. And finally, on the bus, that route takes 50 minutes, which totals the entire trip at about an hour and 30 minutes. So when comparing that distance and that time to walking and driving, it is actually closer in time to walk. And even worse is the mobility between the rural towns. So if Benji wanted to see his cousin in Berzabuja, he would need to take 2 buses in this out-of-the-way journey for a total of an hour and 40 minutes. So by car, in comparison, it only takes about 30 to 40 minutes. So why is this like this? Like, why is there such an out-of-the-way transfer? It's actually because the main terminal is in the capital. So to get anywhere, residents have to transfer there, and this makes the bus inefficient for Southern residents. But why is it like this? I want to just go into the history very briefly, just to show why it has developed the way it has. So that area where all those transfers are occurring is called the Grand Harbor, and it's a strategic location for imports and exports. Historically, this was Malta's main employment center, and this created a need for transportation to the harbor. So this also developed some neighborhoods around it, with the affluent northern harbor. So during Malta's time as a colony, this area was actually most popular with the British. And these people, during the perils of World War II bombardment, tended to move further north. The other neighborhood that came out of it is the Southern Harbor District, and this is where the working class mostly lived, and they tended to move south. So knowing this historical information, there's actually kind of a north and south divide lens that you can look at the mobility issue and the lingering mobility bias. So how does this affect writers today? So in a survey I conducted, when asked how satisfied people are with the routes, 50% said that they were unsatisfied and 30% said they were neutral, leaving only 20% satisfied with the route system. And when asked what places they wish were easier to get to, we get a large amount of spots, with people saying beaches and rural areas they wish were easier to get to, and someone even saying all of them. So after saying the issues, how do we fix this? So the answer I found lies in the design concept, the path of least resistance, which talks about, there's the design that we've made, but there's what people actually does. So when viewing the spiderweb route design, that expectation was that everyone wants to go to the capital, and if not, they'll transfer there at the main terminal. But in reality, riders don't want to wait to transfer. They want to do it as soon as possible, and that's already happening at a bus stop called Bombi right before the terminal. So this is the current path of least resistance people are taking, and it's a popular transfer spot where all routes in and out of Valletta intersect. So even though this amount of people is not supposed to be at this bus stop, it proves that people want their transfers sooner. So that's why I'm proposing, rather than something like a spiderweb route design, I'm proposing something that is a little bit more interconnected like this. So certain distances, it's going to be exactly the same, but it really shines when it comes to these periphery areas. So instead of this, I'm proposing that we try something like this, all on existing roads. So let's quickly compare, just so I can show you the efficiency. So currently, this journey takes 2 hours, but with the new system, it is shortened by 41 minutes. Here's another example, 1 hour and 30 currently, but with the new system, it shortens by 25 minutes. Here's the last one. Not only is it shortened, but there are less transfers. The first one requires you to take 3 buses, but this other one is 30 minutes shorter and only requires 1 transfer. So in general, it provides more opportunities for transfer sooner in the route. So let's go back to Benji. So let's see how his route has shortened. So currently it takes about 50 minutes and now it's shortened by 10 minutes. But I also want to note it had not just been the route system, but that increased time because the routes only ran every hour. The bus is rarely following schedule and there's not being any live feed, and then the general discomfort with no shelter and seating at the bus stops. So alongside this kind of route redesign, it's important to also include the fact that with less routes, that means there's going to be more buses, so higher frequency routes. Having a reliable live feed in the app and general support during transfers. So you can see more about this app redesign that I actually did on the Thesis website, but here's a bit of a snapshot of that. And then, as well as that, having just in general consistent shelter at the bus stop, so not just at main terminals. So now you're thinking, sounds great, but why the bus system? Out of all the things that the island can improve on, why is it the bus system? Well, when comparing Malta's population to the amount of registered vehicles, it is almost a 1-to-1 ratio, which is insane for such a small island because that amount of cars could wrap around Malta's shoreline 8 times. So this lack of efficient public transit increases car dependency, emissions, and air pollution. And not only is it killing the environment, but killing Malta's residents, with road fatalities almost 10 times higher than the rest of the EU. So a better bus system will decrease cars, resulting in less traffic, better air quality, and safer roads. So how feasible is this? Well, rural-urban mobility has already been successfully done on a much larger island with Japan, with the highway buses and the railway to support that. It is known as the best transport system in the world, and almost all Japanese people prefer using public transport to driving their own vehicle. So with Malta about 1,000 times smaller than Japan, it is safe to say that maybe one day Malta can be better connected by public transport. So improving rural transit for rural communities increases mobility for everyone. And that's a lesson that can be learned not just in Malta, but everywhere. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Erika. And I now invite Mitsue to discuss the projects together. Thank you.
Thank you. Those two were such wonderful presentations. There's just so much stuff that I can see that you had to research, and it's so hard to put it all together in those few minutes. But I still have some questions, and I want to know more about like your inspirations as well. So maybe I'll go first with you, Zeshan, since you started. I really love that you focus on the can-do. Like you already know about the controversy of carbon offsets and how they can be a bit, like mysterious in some ways. Were those like trees ever going to be actually even cut down, etc. So you focus on like actually the can-do and how we can change into generating new electricity, right, and from renewable sources. And that is super cool. But you took it even a further step by adding it into issuers, like these accredited issuers from the IREC that would be using that also that electricity and including more into the grid that would be from those sources. So I think like you were focusing not only on the ones that were using that electricity, like the actual buyers of the credits, but more on like expanding that issuer network, right? How did you find that was an opportunity? Like how did you find that opportunity area?
I think one of my key inspiration was because I've felt that when they designed this system of incentivization, which is still working in US in form of SRACs and everything else, people get paid here, but the people in Pakistan, they don't get any kind of funding for REC specifically, because carbon credits usually is based on reduction, which is kind of assumption that, oh, it will happen. But on REX, it's more like reduce more production of things or sustainable energy projects. It was like I was focusing more on carbon credits, but then I shifted my research while I'm doing the analysis here in US and how people get paid, because my goal was Pakistan is a very poor country compared to US, and still I wanted the global North to fund global South, because they are the problem related to, they are the biggest problem which has created this problem, climate change problem. So goal was to how can we make a system which is based on financial means and get that money from here to here, which is the most affected area. So that was kind of my inspiration to design this project.
Oh, that's super awesome. I think when I was looking a bit on researching more on the topic, even I saw that there were like, it was active in like 53 countries, these international credits, right? Like, and only 18 issuers. So there is like such a big disparity on who actually gets to use the credits, but how many can we actually generate? Like the offer, the supply is not enough for the demand of them have. And you being able to generate even more of that supply and have a part of it be for these school projects is awesome, because school is not needing electricity 24/7, right? Yet it can use this electricity in such small levels that it can produce so much more with those panels and then direct it to the grid. So I think it's like it was brilliant. My second question would be if you have thought of like the next steps for you to bring this into the world, or
I think the main step would be to raise funding for this project, because the goal is to work with the smaller communities who are affected the most in Pakistan. And I have seen a proof of concept, so I just need to start this money thing so I can get individual donors and also get the bigger companies. Whoever wants to fund the project, they will get something, because whenever somebody is giving money, emotion is one thing, but also they need something in return. So that's what I want, is like to pitch this project in future and get funding for my platform to start this first project for this school specifically.
Great. Yeah, I would really encourage you to do it. I can see this being not only a great idea to implement in Pakistan, but also in other places in the world that have really low energy access. And yeah, I can really see a benefit for everyone. I encourage you to continue on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think now I'll shift to you, Erika. Also, super interesting topic. I love how we can see the diversity of sustainability and environment here, right? Like all the different angles of how you can approach it. I think for me, I have to say that it was great that you were thinking not only on the experience of the route design itself to make it very efficient, but you were thinking also on the experience of the people inside. And that is where design becomes a bit different than engineering, right? Like, because you're thinking really about how people are experiencing those routes, this like the design concept of the path of least resistance that is amazingly applied here, where they try to do their transfer earlier, because obviously who wants to wait a bit more to have the same route. And also like really interesting that spider web design versus sort of like this gridish star system. That was great. But I'm wondering if you looked also at micromobility options in Malta, so like bikes and scooters and stuff, or why did you decide to focus on the bus?
Yeah, so definitely, though my thesis is focused on the bus system, for future iterations of it, I definitely want there to be more options for land transport. Focusing only on the bus currently, just because that is the only one that's existing, aside from the ferry, which is already like water transport. But aside from that, yes, definitely including biking infrastructure and other things to support the bus system, because a lot of the times, just having more access to, in general, more transport just adds to the overall ecosystem of transit. So good. Thank you for asking that.
No, it's super good. It makes sense with the size of the country, and like it's much easier to have that infrastructure on road transport rather than like, I don't know, other ones. But yeah, that's super interesting on that side. And then my second question would be more on the, if you thought also of the experience, or like maybe you got some ideas already of the experience of the ride itself. So like while you're in the bus, is there any way that you can enhance even more to make it, as you said, like people in Japan prefer taking public transportation than their car? Can there be, in a sense, not only because it's safer and faster and cheaper maybe, but also in the sense of the experience itself? Do you envision some opportunities there? Have you found already some insights?
Yes, definitely. It was wonderful about the buses is that they're like high ceiling buses. So a lot of windows. So there's already that kind of added experience of while you're on a Mediterranean island, you can see a lot of scenery and a lot of like historic architecture. So when I did run the survey, there had actually been the least comments on the buses themselves and actually being inside of them. Because in general, people were already enjoying the option for seating. They just weren't enjoying the routes, how long it would take to get somewhere, and then the lack of a lot of buses on a route system. So that's when you get overcrowding on the buses, when there's only one bus coming every hour or 2 hours. But yeah, thank you.
No, this is it makes sense that already it's included in the experience because of the super nice scenery. Then I think the last questions would be more on like have you looked at the budget that is it, I'm not sure how is it handled by the government in this case, because different bus systems work in different ways. Some are sort of privatized. So have you looked at like budget ways and how that would impact, or is that next step?
Yeah, so definitely the government is with the land and transport, all the transportation is run by the government, is actually free for use for residents with a Thelot card. So with this design, focusing specifically on the route design portion, since I'm asking for less routes, it is something that the only change that needs to be done is the buses driving in a different direction, because every single route is already on a road with bus stops on it. So it would be minimal cost impact in that scenario. Then, of course, looking into some of the other propositions there, I may need to discuss a little bit more. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, I very much appreciate this discussion. Thank you, Zeshan and Erika, for your presentations. We will now shift to the next presenters, where we will invite Krithi to share screen and get started. Oh, I need to make Krithi a co-host. So sorry about that. In order for you to have your permission. So that's been set up now, and I'll pin you and you will get the spotlight.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Thank you. My name is Krithi, and today we're going to be talking about grass. So grass, we all play on it. We eat, we go for picnics on grass, we walk on grass, and most importantly, there's this smell that's really capturing about grass. And that smell is actually grass's language, or their chemical vocabulary that they use to talk to each other. And in fact, that this language, it's used by them to communicate defense mechanisms. And if there's an attack on one side of the field, grass on the other side already knows that, oh, there's something happening on one side, we got to be careful, and raise their defense mechanisms. And this happens when, again, when grass is cut or damaged, they release these volatile organic compounds, or these chemicals. And these chemicals, when they're highly photoreactive, so in the presence of sunlight, they actually form aerosols. And what I found during my research is that if we take all of the emissions of photochemically reactive volatile organic compounds, 1/3 to 1/5 of them are actually coming from cut grass or grass. And that's not included in our urban smog prediction models. And so I proposed with my project to create a device that would allow you to calculate your grass footprint. And in response to this, I created this film which I will be sharing right now.
Krithi, is there sound?
Oh, yes. Is it not?
You should
audible?
reshare your screen with the sound checkbox ticked and the video box ticked, and it'll make the video sound and stuff play through.
Okay. Better?
Yep.
So that was the end of the film. And how does this shoe actually work? So I used these few components. I had a GPS sensor in it, a thermal printer to print out this receipt of all of your data, and an accelerometer that calculates your steps and your distance, and put them all together to print out a receipt of your emissions. So it shows you your steps and your distance. And as you can see, if you look closely into the receipt, that the emissions, they're not that high. And that is the point. This film does not aim to bring out another problem in our ever devastating climate crisis, but to think about our existing systems more closely and eliminate this inaccuracy. And so the making of the shoe, I actually started by studying a lot of shoes and how functional they were, or how each layer was built intentionally. And I was interviewing a lot of shoe designers, and I asked them what made a great shoe. After all of their responses, I threw them all out of the window and made the exact opposite of what they were saying. This shoe that I made had to be heavy, it had to be uncomfortable, chunky, big, and just absurd looking. I made it modular to have interchangeable soles to walk on different areas or terrains of urban grassland. And this is how they all look. So I have, and as you can see, it's kind of uncomfortable to walk in. The shoes come up to your knees, and it's like wearing 5 bricks on one leg. And again, this is to highlight the fact that not every shoe can do this, but just ones that are really heavy and damaging to the grass. And I would like to summarize the film by talking about the narrative behind it. It's about the small group of self-organized technical naturalists who are angered by the poor accuracy of today's metrics of smog pollution prediction. And they retaliated by embarking on this mission to amend these inaccuracies. And I call them the grass listeners, and they began to conduct these experiments of grass-based scientific literature. And so they constructed this grass footprint calculator to analyze and read this chemical vocabulary of the damaged grass. And they are only walking during the sunny hours of the day. And they make these scientific pilgrimages to increase the accuracy of urban smog emission statistics. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Krithi. That's amazing. Now let's invite our final presenter, and I will pin, and you can share and begin. Thank you so much, Rachel.
Of course. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you. Look good.
Great.
And we'll let you know when your screen shares. Yep, you're on.
Perfect. And I will expand this here. Okay. Well, welcome to my project. My name is Rachel Gorman. And this is my micronature station. So before I dive in, just a little bit about me. I'm an artist really motivated by speculative design and sort of work a lot with speculative concepts, biodesign, and sort of experimental technologies to think or to sort of use those to think about sort of large scale social issues. Specifically in DT, I have focused a lot on sort of the bodily relationship between the human and its environment, both sort of natural environments and sort of more modern urban surrounds, and thinking about those two things in the context of advanced technology and climate crisis. So a little bit about the Micronature Station. It is a speculative installation that uses physical computing and sort of a multisensorial experience to offer today's audiences a glimpse into what a potential future natural, quote unquote, experience might be in a world sort of besieged by climate change. So just a couple of quick thoughts around sort of how I developed the project. I originally was thinking a lot about sort of how we sort of in Western and specifically American contexts kind of define and delineate what we consider like the natural world as apart from sort of humans, even though we are obviously earthly beings as well. What our somatic relationship is and sensorial relationship is to wild environments and also sort of modern and urban, industrial, and conditioned environments, and how the sort of our sort of future felt experience might change as we kind of continue to rely on visually dominant sort of screen-based technologies indoors in climatized environments rather than kind of the wild environments in which we evolved. So I started by thinking a lot about kind of what it would mean to live in a world where climate change made the environment outside less accessible or less hospitable. And if sort of in that world, humans kind of continued to rely on advanced technology. So in my world, people are indoors all the time. They are very sort of technologically dependent and very sort of visually overstimulated, but perhaps sensorially understimulated in other ways, and sort of what that might feel like, and how they might start to crave the natural sort of multisensorial experiences that we maybe take for granted today. So let's meet the nature. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, I skipped a slide. So in terms of kind of early research, I did a lot of research into kind of the evolutionary history of sort of our sensorial mechanisms and nervous system, looking at sort of the philosophical underpinnings of sort of why, Americans live apart from the natural world so often. 90% of our time is spent indoors, which is a wild statistic. Sort of the effects of both modern kind of sedentary lifestyles on our physical and mental health, as well as kind of doing a lot of embodied research around mixing and testing different olfactory sort of scents, looking at how scents sort of affect us, looking at mixing and testing biomaterials, and looking at sort of artistic precedents, multisensorial precedents that might inform the project. So let's meet the Micronature Station. It is a freestanding installation that sort of first invites participants to take off their shoes and stand on a bioplastic made with red ochre. So it has sort of a soil-like feeling. It's sort of uneven, it's a little bit uncomfortable. And when they sort of step on this mat, it triggers an audio experience of the sound of sort of a gentle summer rainstorm. After sort of sitting there for a few moments, they are gently instructed to touch sort of the glass globe in front of them. And that triggers another sort of olfactory experience. A fragrance is released that is reminiscent of the smell of rain. So while you're sitting there, you're sort of immersed in this sort of partial simulation of a natural experience. A little bit about sort of the form and design of the project. I designed the front and sides of this project to be very sleek. I wanted something that really spoke to the aesthetics of a potential future world, but was sort of still warm and inviting. So it's lit from within. It's like a beautiful lit box. And I wanted kind of the focus to be on sort of the quote unquote natural experience when you're standing there. But ideally, a participant, after kind of experiencing the sort of touch and sound and smell of the micronature station, once they kind of get off the mat, they would go around the back. And in the back, a window reveals kind of all the technological sort of underpinnings of the experience. So even though they might have been transported a moment ago, it's very clear that the sort of quote unquote natural experience they enjoyed was actually quite technologically mediated. This is sort of what I hope to be sort of a critical speculation. And my thought was that by inviting people to have this sort of technologically driven natural experience, that I could inspire conversations around sort of the boundary between artificiality and quote unquote naturalness, thinking about sort of asking people to consider what we gain and what we lose from a human-centered relationship to the environment. And just to also consider kind of how our sort of human felt experience might change as advanced technology and climate change change our ability to sort of access multisensorial joy. So I think with that, that's sort of my project in a nutshell. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. And now we will open the discussion of these two projects in the health and the environment and sustainability section.
Great, thank you. Those are really stimulating, I think, projects that really make you think outside the box and question other things. So thank you so much both for you for that really nice inspiration. I have a couple of questions as well for Krithi. Maybe first with you. I honestly had no idea about the VOC's release through cutting grass and the interaction with sunlight. I know of other like a lot of furniture and paints and other ones that do release a lot of these volatile organic compounds, but for grass, it's super interesting. And I love how you found this fact and you like made a whole project out of it. How did you find about this? It's one of my main questions.
Yeah, I think in the very early stages of trying to figure out what my thesis topic was, I was always interested in working with the natural world. And I think naturally I was gravitating towards plant research and bioresearch. And I always wanted to narrow down on one specific plant. And I think it took a really long time for me to figure out who I should study with or collaborate with, which plant I should collaborate with. And the most accessible one in the city are our lawns, our grass, our parks. And I think as soon as it's such a small detail that we miss, and I think I walk across parks every day. And once I saw it one day and I was like, why don't I work with you? And so I started doing a lot of research around grass and seeing if people have researched about it, studied about it, and they're not a lot. And I think that was a really good thing because I only had around 5 to 7 research papers to look at. And then one of them spoke about these VOCs and how they affect climate patterns and aerosol formation. And I was like, this is perfect. I can bring this out, show people what it's actually about. But yeah.
Yeah, it's an element that we have such a daily interaction with in every part of the world, except for like really extreme climates, right? But even there, like you can find patches of grass everywhere. And it's something that we just completely ignore. And I love how you brought it back into focus. I maybe wonder a lot of things. Like one, if most of the research that I know of grass is mostly about like how non-native species have been put into lawns and how that affects, the ecosystem. But now I'm wondering if different types of grasses also have different emissions of VOCs, and it would be super interesting to be able to calculate those and see, which one is which. I don't know if that was just one of the things, but also another thing that I would love to see is like a sequel of this. I love this group of the grass listeners, right? So I don't know if it's a noise pollution ones or like the air, like these radical, how do you call it, like technologies. What was the term again? Sorry, if you can repeat.
For the device?
The group of the grass listeners.
The grass listeners. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Do you envision any other other groups that are coming as radical scientists and studiers of these elements?
I think I was so focused on grass that I only saw these people or this community around nature or plants that really stop and learn to listen instead of having a conversation with the natural world. So if there are more groups coming out like this, I would definitely do more like tree listening, or I know a lot of people have done tree listening, but I think I would want to go more into the listening of other species and probably create more devices for that as well.
I think that would be super, super cool. And the last thing is, I think you mentioned a lot about the design of the show, right? And your inspiration on that. I also noticed some things that I think you didn't talk about, and I wonder if those were also on purpose. First, you gave these very visible green hinges, right, around like the boat. I don't know if that was also part of the design. And the second one was the printed receipt that was, calculating all the data, and how it became almost like a super nice ribbon flowing outside of the boat, showing, how much readings or how much listening you were actually doing. Was that also part of it? Or?
Yeah, I think my intention with the receipt was to create this trace of how much we're walking and how much we're emitting, therefore. But it's also ironic that these are receipts, right? So they're not recyclable and they're just gonna sit there. And even with the green, I think the green hinges was more as like just like a visual component to fix everything together. And yeah, but the receipt was more of like creating trace, showing where you've been and what you've done so far in a very visual manner.
Well, thank you very much. I would really love to see more of these listening devices. So that would be super cool to imagine. And then in the interest of time, I'm going with you, Rachel. Super interesting. I love how one of the first questions you said on your research was, how do we define and delineate natural world? And it's such a big question to ask, and even harder to answer. But I love how you decided to tackle on this and then try to imagine it in the future. How would this natural world would mean, right? And it's always making me question, like, if the world, like you see common day to day, is completely human made, it's completely indoors, it's completely secluded, is that also natural? And I think you were trying to maybe answer that, or how did you came across this question the answer to this question?
Yeah, I wish I could say I did come across an answer, but I feel like the more I dove into it, the more unclear the boundary really was between kind of the relationship between artificiality and naturalness. I think part of this project was really my effort to get folks to revisit their assumptions about sort of what is natural. and what is human or man-made, and sort of why we make that distinction at all, because we are earth beings, we are natural. And so I think that, if we can change that perspective or have people sort of reconsider that, it may, my hope is that it sort of invites some reconsideration about how we operate with sort of other living beings and sort of natural systems as well. So yeah, I wish I could tell you an answer, but it's actually, you're absolutely right. Humanness is nature too.
Yeah. Another thing is that how, like, even though this is design fiction and speculative, it really seems like a very, very plausible future. Like, I mean, already where you said, right, 90% of our time is indoors, and your design shows so much on like how this future looks like, not only in the relationship with nature, but also like the fact that it's an individual experience. Do you envision this future being very like individualistic? The fact that it's not a huge thing. The size is kind of like small and human in scale, right? It's not too tall, it's not too short. It's like, it's very the human. Do you also envision this like being a future where it's like a small space, or what other elements of the future you also envision?
Yes. So I had sort of built a whole speculative world that I could go into for a long time, but in the interest of time, yeah, part of it was sort of also looking at kind of this, a continual emphasis on individuality, a continued emphasis on kind of isolation, small spaces, sort of using, a dependence on technology to sort of be transportive out of kind of a fairly dull sort of material environment. I saw, I also think that I really thought a lot about the idea of convenience, and specifically kind of how those of us who spend a lot of time on digital screens and in digital experiences, how trained we are to expect things to be ultra fast and ultra convenient and sort of very human centered in terms of being very intuitive to us, and how different that is from sort of our evolutionary history. And living in the natural world and having a world that's very much not about human needs first. And so, what that would mean too, in terms of kind of trying to translate a natural experience, a multisensorial experience into this machine that is sort of first and foremost about answering an individual need in this very convenient way. I mean, I think it's very strange actually to stand on a mat and get a scent and go, oh, thank God, and then leave. I think that's very unnatural in terms of our evolutionary history. So yeah, I think to your question, I spent a lot of time thinking about kind of the overall world and how sort of a world based on true convenience might also kind of change how we access and interpret these sources of multisensorial joy.
It makes sense. David, you tell us if we are.
Yes, thank you. We are at time, but this has been a wonderful conversation and a wonderful set of presentations. So congratulations to Zeshan, Erika, Krithi, and Rachel. And thank you so much, Mitsue, for your wonderful engagement with these projects today. So we conclude the first panel this morning. Thanks so much for everyone for joining while we do the changeover to the next panel. So please stand by while we change over to our next session. So give me a second to do that. Okay. Welcome. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, especially those of you on the live stream. We are moving now to our next panel, Community and Education. And I'll be introducing our guest moderator and beginning the process. There are just so many overlays in Zoom that finding your button is just hilarious sometimes. Okay, so let me introduce Ashley Jane Lewis. And pin so we can all see you. So Ashley Jane Lewis is a new media artist with a focus on interactive installations, bioart, social justice, Afrofuturism, and speculative design. Her practice is tied to science and actively incorporates living organisms like slime mold and food cultures to explore ways of decentralizing humans and imagine collective multi-species survival. She holds a BFA in New Media Art from Ryerson University in Toronto, as well as a master's degree from ITP at New York University. Ashley has taught at Culture Hub, NYC GenSpace, and the School for Poetic Computation, among others. This panel, Community and Education, explores design, art, and technology expressed through a social lens that builds community and fosters learning. This category consists of projects that combine creative technology and experience design to examine social issues in STEM, education, gender, art, and more. So it is with great pleasure to assemble these thesis candidates, and we will begin with Johanna. So go ahead and I will pin, and feel free to share your screen and begin the presentation. We are running a couple minutes behind because we started the live stream a little late, but things are going well. So looking forward to this conversation.
Thank you. Please do tell me if you can see the screen properly.
Looks perfect.
Great. Okay. So hi, my name is Johanna, and I have been working on a do-it-yourself book called Curious Chef that combines baking with science. So this project developed out of my engagement with the gender gap in STEM. Women currently make up for only 35% of the STEM workforce, but the gap is even higher for some of the fastest growing and highest paid jobs of the future, such as engineering. Reaching an equal gender split in STEM would not only mean progress towards eliminating the gender wage gap, but would also allow STEM professions to maximize innovation, creativity, and competitiveness. So during my research, I learned that women actually weren't always underrepresented in STEM. Until the 1920s, most students achieving bachelor's degrees in mathematics were actually women. And that was because historically, many STEM subjects were reserved for girls due to their high importance and applicability to everyday life of a good housewife and mother. So it was considered crucial for women to understand biology in order to grow vegetables in the garden, as well as physics and chemistry for putting delicious food on the table every day. Only around the beginning of the 20th century, female enrollments for science subjects at universities declined, directly corresponding with the introduction of Latin as a prerequisite for enrollment tests. And languages, especially Latin and Greek, were exclusively taught to boys at the time. The most common reasons for the existence of this gap are the lack of support from parents, the lack of female role models, and especially gender stereotypes. At primary school age, almost every fourth girl believes that she can never be as good as a boy in STEM subjects. So throughout my research, I conducted several interviews with both women who underwent STEM education, as well as some who showed high interest in STEM subjects, but eventually decided against pursuing those interests further. And these interviews validated the previous findings. But what struck me the most was that girls who did not pursue a STEM-related career often seemed to be unsure about the real-world applications of STEM areas, which they perceived as rather abstract and nerdy. So whereas young women were educated in STEM around 150 years ago, exactly because of, oh, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. Try to see.
It's back. Yep.
Sorry. Sorry, I think I have to stop sharing.
You're doing a great job. Great job so far.
I'm so sorry. This is
Okay.
I'll just reload and try again. No. Okay, I'm back. So whereas young women were educated in STEM areas around 150 years ago, exactly because of the content's high applicability to daily life, it seems like today we have completely lost touch with exactly this understanding of STEM principles. So I myself was very fortunate to grow up in an environment that defied many of these gender stereotypes and frequently confronted me with the high importance of STEM. And this was especially promoted through my grandfather, a researcher and professor emeritus in the domain of thermodynamics and fluid mechanics. And ever since I can remember, he asked me to solve science riddles and thereby taught me how to face complex problems and especially how to ask the right questions. And another passion of mine and way for me to ask questions and experiment was always the kitchen and especially baking, which I always saw as a great opportunity for creative self-expression and experimentation. So my idea of combining these two important aspects of my upbringing was very much influenced by the course Science and Cooking taught by Harvard University. And it is very much targeted to adults, but after participating in the course myself, I realized the high potential that combining science with cooking or baking could have, especially for younger audiences. So I came up with Curious Chef, a DIY science cookbook that combines cake recipes with physics learnings in the area of thermodynamics and fluid mechanics. It really aims to excite teens, especially girls, for STEM subjects by demonstrating the applicability of physics and engineering in everyday life through baking. So what is the learning model? The learning model I developed really serves as a template for the content and structure of each chapter of Curious Chef. So every chapter prompts a user to complete 5 steps. And each of these steps is associated with 1 or 2 specific elements that make up a chapter. So in the beginning, users are asked to make a prediction by posing them a guiding question that they are asked to think about before diving deeper into the subject matter. As a next step, students are able to make observations and reflect on their results by following a recipe and an experiment. This is followed by the actual science learning, which explains the results from the experiment. And lastly, users are asked to apply their learnings in a quiz. So rather than teaching users how to bake, the primary goal of Curious Chef is to spark curiosity and excitement for the science learnings. And baking really is more of a tool to motivate and engage learners along their journey. As part of the science learning, users can also access a small AR experience that visualizes the science learnings and connects them with real-world objects. But rather than just being an essential part of the learning journey, the idea really is to also further incentivize this young generation of users to engage and learn. So a couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to test my prototype with 22 high schoolers here in New York City. And this was really an amazing experience for me. The students gave great feedback. They were very excited, and several actually mentioned that they would love to own and use Curious Chef. But they also offered great input for improvement, which was super valuable for the further development of my project. So what's next? I really see this thesis project as a prototype for a product that I would love to develop further in the future, potentially even in cooperation with schools, students, or communities. And ultimately, I hope to inspire teens and especially girls with interests in STEM to follow their passion and pursue a career in the field. But most importantly, I hope to encourage young minds to be and stay curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Johanna. Appreciate that. And now I'm going to just put the going to ask the next presenter, which is Rama, to begin. I'm going to pin your Zoom tile and you should be able to share your screen, and we look forward to your presentation next. And then after this presentation, we will hear from Ashley Jane Lewis, who will respond to these two projects. Then we'll hear from two more projects and get another round of response. Thanks so much.
Thank you, David. I'll just start sharing my screen now.
Please do. There it is.
See.
Looks
Okay,
great.
Great. Thank you. So, hi everyone. I'm Rama, and my project is called Hands-on Health. I'll just get started. So I collaborated with Jnana Prabodhini's Institute of Psychology, which is based in Pune, which is a city in India, to extend their program called Oyak Sparshachi, which is Introduction to Touch, to translate, to children with blindness or partial sight. This organization is a well-renowned research organization that nurtures intelligence for social change. To tell you more about the Introduction to Touch program, they aim to go to different schools and in the city and talk about sex education and good touch, bad touch, and health and hygiene in the same context, and train teachers and volunteers to extend this information to the children, since it is such a vital topic. The content is covered in different playful interactions, activities, and it's not storytelling videos. And they want to now extend this program to different children with learning disabilities or disadvantages, such as visual impairments. One of the primary reasons to extend this, like the need for intervention to extend this to children with visual impairments, is that they cannot use simple videos or diagrams to kind of teach them and give them the same kind of sense of space through those. So there needs to be something tactile and physical that they can interact with. So for my project, I developed a a set of accessible tools that focus on learning anatomy and physiology in the context of sex education using tactility and audio. The main reason for this is that through my research, I spoke to a lot of teachers who develop tools for children with visual impairments and also teach them. And they mentioned how even though there is like a lot of games that are developed now for using brailles and tactile interfaces, there's not enough in combination. And also it's a very one-way communication, and it's just they need to kind of develop more things that kind of engage the children. So from this, I started looking at precedents and looked at a lot of organizations that have different types of printers and embossed diagrams that they create. And I wanted to bring an element of interactivity. Something that one of the teachers told me was that they use the wooden shape puzzles to kind of teach them about shapes and space. And it was important that while learning about anatomy, they get a sense of their own body and space, how everything fits in. So from there, I started exploring different materials, and some of the key considerations I had for this were that the interactions have to be simple. The language that I use has to be simple because these schools are in places that have limited access to technology. So everything had to work independently and without a lot of need to set up, not a lot of big tools and things like that. Also something that's easy to customize in terms of language, and for the people delivering this content, they can modify it in simple ways. I also considered making sure that there's high contrast for children with low vision, so that they can differentiate objects easily. And also, of course, using tactile and audio components. So my process to start making this was, I initially started working with different materials and tried laser engraving. The biggest issue with laser engraving and using plywood is that there are a lot of limitations in terms of how much you can carve out of something and how much depth you can get. And it doesn't give enough tactile sense. And also plywood is not a very sturdy material under a lot of heat. So I moved on to 3D printing, in which I created a base and some pieces and experimented with trying to place them into the designated areas, which gave a really great, which was a great prototype. And then I wanted to develop it further to incorporate audio components to this. And then that's how I started building my final product. So the process of me building it out, I started by 3D modeling, in which there was a base for all my electronic components to kind of fit in, and then a top with all the diagrams, which were tactile. In the next step, so I used something called the Adafruit soundboard, which is a very simple microcontroller which works with trigger pins. And all you have to do is connect buttons or switches in any form to the pins and program your audio in a certain way. So it's almost like a no code. You don't require any coding experience and you can just use it. And it comes with the headphone audio cable at a jack, a normal 3.5 mm, which most people have. You can connect a speaker or headphones. And you can also use a normal USB cable to add your sound files to it. So it basically works as a flash drive. So this was like a very great and simple tool And I used conductive tape as as another component on my pieces, which would help me use as buttons. The next part was printing and assembly. I used simple screws on each of the pieces as a way to make my switches, and all those were connected to the Arduino, so the Adafruit soundboard, and powered by a simple 3-cell battery pack, which has a switch to kind of to start it. And that was it. It's very easy to pick up lift off the top part of the model in case you need to change batteries or change your audio. So that was the most important part of the assembly, that they could take it off and fix if anything is needed, but it doesn't require any additional work to set it up. And the last part, that was the audio. So let me just play this. Are you able to hear sound?
No, you needed to have shared your screen with the sound enabled.
Oh, just a second. Let me do that. Can you see it now? Hear it now?
Unfortunately, we don't hear anything, and we're running low on time, so we do need you to conclude the presentation so we can get to the discussion.
Sure. Okay. So that's pretty much the last part of my presentation. And then you can read more about it on the website. And that's it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Rama. So now we invite Ashley Jane Lewis to comment and ask questions about these projects for a few minutes before we invite the other two presenters. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for having me. And also thank you, Rama and Johanna, for such wonderful presentations. It's very exciting to see people making technological work that is aiming to impact the communities around them, particularly lesser resource communities or communities impacted by stereotypes. So I was really happy that I was assigned to this group. Maybe I'll start with Johanna. I mean, I have a bit of a bias because I have a degree in baking from a culinary school. So I'm like right up this alley, like very excited about this. And I think that, you know, if school systems were really to redesign themselves to be accessible, they would include food as part of the way that people learn about sciences. I'm curious to learn a little bit more about the way that you researched existing food science kits, because this product or this object that you've created, you know, would exist inside a whole world of food science kits, some of which are targeted towards women, some of which are not targeted towards women. And I would love to hear a little bit more about the possible research that you did into the impact of those existing kits and like what makes yours special or different.
Thank you so much. It's actually super exciting. I didn't know that you had like a background in baking. So
yeah, I don't put it in my bio, but yeah, it's exciting to hear your project.
Totally. Actually, I haven't done a lot of research on the baking side. My initial research, mainly because the idea of really including the baking part came not late in the project, but was not how I started the project. Like I really started the project from the lens of finding ways to engage children and especially girls with science subjects. But I would love to learn about some precedents that you know and some existing products that are out there. Would be super excited about that.
Yeah, there is inside, like if you go to the toy section of any store, like, even like bookstores that have toy components for kids, there's usually like a small section that is for science education through the lens of food. Sometimes baking, sometimes just like weird things like edible slime, things like that. And so I think what's really interesting about your work, at least at the very beginning, the first half of your presentation really focused on the change you'd like to see in STEM culture. And so you have a real opportunity here, I think, to evaluate, research, or interview existing food science books, food science kits that are aimed to sway the gender parity and find out what their gap is. Like, if they were completely successful, then we would be seeing at this day a lot more women in science. Like, it would have the impact that you're like aiming to have. And so with all of that precedence existing in the world of like activity-based science, food-related content for kids, maybe the next phase of this is figuring out where their gaps are and how your product or how your object could make a deeper impact in the objectives that you have for gender parity. I wonder what the sort of jump off point is from the end of that activity into feeling like your peers see you as a legitimate like scientist in your classroom, or what's the connection between taking what is like stereotypically assumed in the kitchen and making that feel like they can like jump into the sciences as like a college applicant. I'm positive that it exists, but if the products today aren't doing that effectively, then your product could do that if you had research in the gaps that those products are experiencing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. And I did look into a lot of cookbooks that already are targeting children and are also covering science aspects. But what I really saw is that first, many of them have like a younger target audience, and they're starting with the principles. And I define my target audience really as high schoolers around 12 to 14 years old who already have come in touch with physics at school and are able to understand principles in a much deeper level and are basically looking to apply what they're learning in school, either at home or during their after school programs. And then I also saw that a lot of these cookbooks were very scattered across several disciplines in STEM. And I think it's very hard. So what I really tried with like each of the chapters was to almost build up like an entire curriculum in the end, where one principle could be connected to the other rather than just like leaving you with a learning, but then not ever referring to it again later. So that was really because they were not very focused on one specific area in STEM. It was a bit scattered and all over the place. But yeah, I'm so happy for those insights of you, and I'm really excited to kind of dive deeper into the subject and develop.
Yeah, what you're describing really shows through your prototype. And so that I think is really exciting. I just want to make sure I jump over to Rama for a second. I think there are some questions I have that could be for both of you. Rama, I love this project. It's very exciting. And I would love to hear a little bit more about the process. I think one of the things that struck me that I think we have to be careful about a little bit when we're designing for an identity that's outside of our own. I mean, I don't want to presume your vision capacities, but I think that one thing that struck me in the process that you described, it was a lot of individual work. And I think that's really meaningful, but I think I was hoping to hear a little bit of integration around your team, maybe even like working in a prototype way with people who experience low vision or, impaired vision of different kinds, to make sure that each one of your prototype levels felt aligned with what that community experiences on a day-to-day basis. Is that something that you did but didn't talk about, or is that something that you aim to do in the future?
Right. So initially, when I started my project, I hadn't decided my focus area to visually impaired children. And then eventually, when I started researching with the organization, I realized that this is something that they really need, and that's something that they want to be developed soon. So I started that's how the conversation started. And they came to me with a lot of issues that they faced in their pilot rounds, where they did conduct one session in a school for visually impaired children. And they had a lot of trouble, one, with finding the right resources, because they didn't find enough like 3D models that cater to children who are 12 or 13 years old, but they were very used for like medical education purposes with like a lot of additional things in them. So and they couldn't find the right sort of material for it. So that's how it started. And they kind of, I learned about how they teach and what their process is at the moment. And then eventually I looked into a lot of also things that are available as a general, like teaching anything to children with visual impairments. And then finally, I also spoke to a person who teaches children here in Boston. She is a teacher for visually impaired, and she gave some great insights because she actually develops tools and how with simple things like 3D printing or even foam boards, and just simple ways to kind of make games more accessible, for example. And also another one of my professors in New School who teaches a class called Design for Accessibility, and she also has low vision, and I also spoke to her and kind of gained a lot of insights from her as well through the process.
Right.
So, and the next step is going to be that this developed things. I'm planning on sending it back to the organization so that they can use it, test it, and then I can further iterate as and how I kind of get the right feedback.
Okay, yeah, that's great to know. Yeah, I think one of my sort of persistent thoughts through both presentations was how much incredible good intention there is, how much incredible research there is, but also that because these pieces of technology, educational technology, like physical technology and like conceptual technology, because these are being developed for people and very specific communities, the iterative process of designing it in collaboration with those communities is super important. Like it would be, I think, really imperative to have like each 3D model be collaboratively designed with low vision or visually impaired people. I think like it would be imperative to, even be working with perhaps people from your target audience of like teens who experience the gender divide in their classrooms to be able to sort of like incorporate their feedback the entire way through. This is like a really hard balance to strike because of course you two have the technological capacity at a higher level, I'm sure, than what's available to just the masses. And so I feel like it allows for us, I fall into this trap sometimes too. It allows for us to feel like we're the expert, but like, Johanna, you're not a teenage woman. And like Rama, perhaps your vision is not aligned with the exact vision that you're designing for. So it's a sort of evolved state of design for us to think about how we use our technological understanding in tandem with the community input so that what we're designing is like super aligned with what that community needs directly. I think like one of the problems of academia at large is how much we design for people based on like interviews we conduct or assumptions we make, but not necessarily living that life directly, even as it pertains to age bracket, even as it pertains to access, because, Johanna, you also spoke about how wonderful your grandfather was and inspiring you. So maybe you don't actually fit the demographic you're trying to solve for. So I think that would be such an incredible next step for both of you to think through all of the wonderful work that's gone into this. How can the next phase of this be designed or reevaluated with like regular, maybe like weekly, maybe monthly touch points with the people who will ultimately become the users of these objects? Does that make sense?
Totally. And I would love, like when I had my user testing session, actually was 2 sessions, I really experienced firsthand the massive opportunities that like collaborative design can have. So I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We
Yeah.
have to, unfortunately, leave this discussion
No
at this
problem.
point. And thank you so much. And now we're going to invite the next presenter and then a second presenter after and then another round of commentary. So let me invite our next presenter.
David,
And
maybe while you're doing that, I'll just say a huge congratulations, Rama and Johanna. I wanted to make sure that we focused on things that could grow this project, but I think every really strong project kind of has that kind of feedback because there's not a lot of, the work you've done is already so robust. So I'm so excited to see how those two projects grow. So congratulations.
thank you. Okay, it is your turn, Vanessa.
Right, I will share my screen. Okay, can everybody see?
Yep.
Great. Hi, my name is Vanessa, and my project name is called BBond, and it's a personalized community app for the visually impaired people. So visually impaired individuals are defined as people with partial vision or complete loss of vision. So they encounter numerous challenges in their daily lives, including mobility, information access, communication, and orientation. So BBond aims to create an inclusive community for the recently vision lost users to share insights, information, and experiences on their interests. So the accessible space in the app creates new experiences for the recently visually impaired users to explore new communities and connect with others who share similar interests. So for inspiration, my initial question revolved around understanding the specific needs and experiences of visually impaired individuals and how technology could be harnessed to address those needs. So why recently visually impaired people? So the everyday activities that were once taken for granted, like going for a walk or playing games, it can become sources of frustration and difficulty. So people say it's a very sudden experience. They feel helplessness, also feeling of isolation, jarring darkness, and frustration. So how can I, as a sighted designer, help visually impaired people? So the goal is to help those who are struggling with this challenge to feel a renewed sense of purpose and belonging. So I worked alongside with John Servino. He has firsthand experience with vision loss, and he lost his vision 3 years ago, and he brings a wealth of experience and insights to the project. So just to briefly talk about the research part and about vision impairment, 2.2 billion people have near or distant vision impairment, and vision loss can occur gradually or suddenly, and the type of blindness can vary by individuals. And the psychological impact of vision loss can vary depending on individual circumstances and level of support. But to talk about psychological effect, individuals who acquire visual impairment later in life, they may have to undergo a significant adjustment process. So the sudden vision loss has higher levels of depressive symptoms, and the rate at which vision loss occurs can play a role in the emotional well-being of individuals. So according to research, the recently diagnosed patients in the study also expressed the feelings of stress, nervousness, and anxiety. For secondary research, I conducted Google survey. I was able to get results from 16 visually impaired people. And the key takeaways were that they didn't feel connected to a community with people who share visual impairment, and they have difficulty finding groups or community in their area, and they face communication barriers when connecting via online. And I also conducted 3 interviews. So one is John Servino, Jae-Hyung Lee, and Bajana Kokbet. So based on the interview insights, John first said, "I'm still learning how to use a computer. It's more difficult than I thought, and that is why we need easy and clear guidance." So he talked about the needs of easy navigation and access to technology, clear guidance and experience, and connect with people who share similar interests. So for the concept of design, I used the concept of 7 colors. So the vibrant colors of the 7 circles, they're meant to reflect energetic spirit. And this kind of represents a lively and engaging platform. And by limiting the options to the 7 colors, the app aims to make the user experience more concise and clear. So the 1/7 of the screen, user can hear the title of the page, and the main section, the circles, 7 circles will be floating around. And the bottom part, user can click on the button on the screen to speak.
Welcome to B-Bond. Let's connect and thrive together.
So he said, I rely heavily on my sense of touch and hearing to navigate and interact with the world around him. So for this app, there's a built-in voiceover, and there will be auditory cues for start, done, next, back, and revise. And the haptic also exists. So the circle size increases and vibrates as the user interacts or speaks. And the second interviewee, Jae-Hyung Lee, he said, accommodating individual preferences can reduce the cognitive burden and help the visually impaired users to become more active. His needs were some more easy and customizable experience to meet people near his age and area, and he wanted to stay very active. So he wanted to connect with people who share similar interests as well. So for this part, I created this profile onboarding where it's a accessible and easy onboarding and navigation, and it allows users to create profile in the app, which can be listened to by other users. So this onboarding will consist of 7 questions a user can answer about themselves. And after the user sets up the profile, the backend database stores user profile and automatically caters the user interest group based on the location. So this will help the users to connect with others who share similar interests or hobbies near their location. And the third interviewee, Bojana, she said, many people with visual impairment experience a profound sense of isolation and disconnection from the world around them. And her needs were to find interested groups easily, clear guidance as well, and also connection with people. So after completing the profile onboarding, users will be directed to Explore section. So in this section, users will be presented with 7 floating circles, each representing a different interest group that they mentioned in the onboarding process. And users can choose to join or skip each group by responding to audio prompts. So once the user joins the community, they will be talking to community members, and this will be also a maximum of 7 people. So I conducted user testing, and the strong points that I want to mention is the simplicity and clarity, and the navigation was easy and enjoyable, and areas of improvements. The user suggested more detailed voiceover prompts and more descriptive explanation, and also considering safety and supportive environment for this app. If you have any questions or further want to look into more research, please email me, and thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa, for sharing your thesis with us. Wonderful. And now I will invite Munish.
Hi, I'm Munish. I'm going to share my screen first. Wait, give me 1 second.
Looks good.
You see my screen?
Looks good.
Yeah, thank you. So, hey everyone, I'm very excited to be sharing with y'all today my thesis project. It's called P5.Janzing. And a little bit about myself first. I'm Munish Shih. I'm a Taiwanese Hakka creative technologist, and I'm really passionate about bringing a more critical and diverse perspective to teaching code. I'm also a Boba ambassador and a bookaholic, and I'm very happy to be graduating from this very lovely program, Parsons DT, today. So My project p5.janzing is a wordplay of the actual, the Gen Z, but also it serves as an acronym for generative zing. And what's really powerful about it is that is a free and user-friendly JavaScript library for anyone who's curious about forking, remixing, and collaborative zing making. It supports real-time exporting, which so basically the user can always export their sketch into a JPEG or PDF format, and that kind of also supports its generativeness here. I also printed my whole thesis using this very own library, and it's in 3 chapters with a small tutorial zing, which is also how I'll be structuring my presentation today. So maybe the first question we should ask is, what is a zing? Before we ask how are coded zings different from traditional zings? Simply put, a zing is a self-published creation featuring text and images, usually circulating on a small scale. In the Western world, it's mostly talk about how this history of zines often associated with fan culture and science fiction conventions. Oh, sorry. However, in the Taiwanese context where I was raised, the history of zine making in Taiwan emerged out of the urgency of self-publishing during a 40-year martial law. It was a dark period where my parents lived through, where people were arrested or went missing for self-publishing books or exchanging contests that displeased the government. So these things became a crucial medium for promoting democratic values, freedom of speech, and diverse perspective in society where freedoms were strictly restricted. Fast forward to today in this digital era marked by the decline of the print media, people have already been experimenting with the way that digital zine is different from, like the coded zines. So this project called Electronic Zine Maker is thinking about how to, challenge that mindset of like, if you want to make a digital zine, you can only download softwares like Adobe InDesign, which is not very accessible to most people. However, digital zine is very different from coded zine, where coded zine kind of situate between this liminal space and a hybrid form of a source code, a web version, and also a printed version. So my project was super inspired by these projects like binary.js or bazel.js, where people have attempted to think about how live generating a print ready file in the web is possible, and think about hacking the current system, while also my project wanted to take it into account of these things such as the open source nature of code, and wanted to build on top of existing creative coding platform currently being p5.janzing, and also think about how I can create more access if I situate everything inside the browser. So everything's packed and all the users got to do is just open up the browser. And that's the birth of the p5.janzing. So how do you actually code the zine now? First, we will need to import the library, both the p5 library and the p5.janzing library in HTML. Then we will create another JS file to include the templates on the right, where you can define, these parameters like the titles and the authors, and replace the setup, old p5 setup functions with setup page, and the old function of draw with draw page. And our first function kind of looks like this, where we define where the function would go to. So it's different from the original p5 syntax, where you would write cover, and then means that you would draw on the cover page, dot random layout, and this is a custom function within the library. And then you would put whatever you want to put it in, and then it should look something like the bottom left. Then you might want to populate the projects by finishing other pages too, by defining like 1.rect or 2.glitch layout, and etc., etc. And then you can go ahead and export it. The project is always ready to print, and it kind of look like this A-page format all the time, and then you can just print them out and then cut them and fold them into a beautiful zine. The project was first tested in a workshop settings in power plant at Brooklyn Red Hook under the class Co-Decolonize with my co-creator of this project, Ailey Kao. And at the time was really reflecting on my own experience of learning code in the engineering school, where I remembered it was very much about math and logics first, but books such as Code as Creative Medium has kind of show us that the coding experience and coding education mixed in art and design can actually be very powerful, fun, and more purpose-driven. For instance, just thinking about how like P5 has been designed to be a very friendly library, but then people still get confused or very disconnected from, coding circles on a web page. But if you kind of reframe it using p5.genzine, you could just write one line of code to design your first cover page of your own zine, and it immediately becomes more welcoming. And then for all of our conducted workshops, students usually wanted to learn more things about coding and the library because they want to populate their pages. Another thing I noticed when I was doing this project of the processing fellowship last year with my partner, Yanqing Liu, was we partnered with this indigenous middle school in Taiwan. And we realized that by just providing starter codes to students, it kind of lowers the technical and creative barriers for them to start learning. And so just the idea of being able to duplicate a template, it made it so much easier. And that gets me to my final point, forking. So what forking means is that it kind of cut and paste other people's code, and then you create this updated software that is different from the original one, and you don't hinder the original one, but you can change whatever you have in the updated one. And it's kind of like that cut and paste process of the traditional zine making. And so there are different models of it. They're always really fun. Here are some of the diagrams. It also changed the authorship and the credit process of design and zine making. This is a platform called Open Processing, and it kind of can keep tracks of the forks, but also visualize them in the way that always give credit to the original creator. This idea of forking was super inspired by the article Sarah System and Mark C. Marino, sorry. And it was about, forking as a way of knowledge exchanging and also hacking the system. And think about the tradition in, Taiwanese martial laws at the time, the idea of forking, where zine was always used to inspire and documenting process and voices for people who are underrepresented at the time. So P5.genzine was always thinking about that, and not only forks the content, but also forks the design too. And I think the most exciting part of the projects is always about the communities and workshops. I was very fortunate to participate in the Open Source Art Contributors Conference this year at Denver, where I was connected with people from the Actual Processing Foundation and P5.genzine. So the next step in the summer and the future development would be, I will be working on this program of Google Summer of Code and actually incorporate some parts of the library into the actual typography part of the P5 library, or also, create this library as a standalone community library. And of course, we need your voice and ideas. You can go search for the word P5.genzine. It is live and about on GitHub, and we would very much love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing your wonderful project. Now we will open it up to Ashley Jane Lewis to reflect on these two wonderful projects. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I'm so excited to talk to both of you. This is really fabulous work. I really am just so impressed today about the robust nature of all of these projects. Maybe because it's fresh in my mind, we'll start with you, Munish. Yes, Munish. Okay. I'm really thrilled. First of all, I think it's really fabulous that you've already taken the step to take this project out into the support systems outside of the university through the processing fellowship. As you were presenting for the first half, I was like, this is prime for the processing fellowship or for the, Google Summer of Code for P5. And so I'm really glad you're already like knee deep in all of that. That's fabulous. Thank you for the Taiwanese history of zines. I didn't know that. As a zine maker, I feel foolish not knowing that history. So I'm really appreciative of knowing how that's impacted the world of zine making. I think this is like a fabulous tool for self-expressive literacy and teaching people how to find new mediums for communicating the way that they feel and the thoughts that they have. I'm wondering a few things. First of all, my question is around what your strategies are when communicating the sort of landing page, the instructions, how people enter into p5.gen zine from the world of zine making versus from the world of code. And I'm sure there are people who are versed in both, like yourself, like who care about zines and also know how to code. But have you thought about how you walk people through the introduction of your library if they're from printmaking and zine making formally, paper, handicraft, versus how they come to your information via code? Like, have you thought about the dichotomy of that and how you might strategize bringing those people into your space?
Yeah, totally, of course. And thank you for that. I think this is super important in terms of the next step of creating a documentation page for this library. And the strategy that I'm approaching right now would be on the landing page. It kind of has different categories for people to click into. So it kind of has this navigation page for students or for zine makers, for coders, for developers, et cetera. And then that kind of has a step-by-step guide on how you can approach this library in different ways. I think I think for me, the nuance of creating this library is to bring more discussions around the intersection of these things. Of course, we need, opinions and contributions from the traditional zine maker, but we also need, ideas from creative coders or people who are kind of dabbling between both. And so this is, I think this is exactly where I would love, more input and feedback from. And actually, from some of the workshops we conducted, we definitely have participants who are coming from more of a traditional background. And so they were able to make these things by just, taking pictures or importing images of their already made zines, but kind of situate it in a more coding way. And so it'll be easier to share and be public on the web. So, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I could imagine that perhaps for the creative coding community who have never worked with zines before, perhaps there's an opportunity to just print out a zine and fold it before you even think about code, because I know that having seen folks transition from a very technical practice to a handmade practice, that transition is quite challenging to think about how these objects become folded physical forms. And so I think, and inversely, perhaps the methodology from taking somebody from traditional printmaking into zines, perhaps the instruction manual could be an editable zine. Perhaps there's ways to think about like the instructions being embedded in the process. But in any case, I'm glad you're already thinking about that, because you are blending these two cultures, and there will be people who are much more heavy in their knowledge about one versus the other. So I think that it looks like you're doing a lot of user testing, so I'm sure you'll land at like a place that helps people transition well into your library in either category. I'm just going to jump over to Vanessa so we don't run out of time. Vanessa, I'm so impressed with how much you worked with recently visually impaired communities to be able to produce your app. I think that's like, as I said, sort of prime and key in how we design things that are meaningful to people, especially if they're if that thing is meant for people who are outside of our specific identity. And I think that, a lot of the questions I had were sort of answered in your recap slides around your user testing, but I am wondering how you're imagining this app, supporting the long-term relationship building of people who meet. Like, are they meant to jump off once they meet and get to know each other? Are they meant to use other platforms to continue their social relationship, or can this app help them build that out over longer periods of time?
Yes, totally. So the initial idea was to have them meet they talk within the app and go to in person. but I wasn't able to extend it on this phase. But that was one of the feedbacks that I've got from the recently visually impaired people. And also, according to research, just like people talking with each other and having like moral support that really helps them to be more to reduce the like the stress and nervousness and many other emotional factors. So for this iteration, the app, the feature stopped in just like explore section where they just talked within the app. But I think for a future iteration, I'm imagining more feature that could lead into more in-person meeting or extension of community features within the app.
Yeah, I'm pleased to hear that. I mean, at the core, both of you are building dynamic communities. And so how you work to sustain those communities is really meaningful, right? How you let people continue to stay connected is really important. Otherwise, you know, it becomes maybe like a one-off tool instead of really integrated into how people are connecting with one another. And I think if you think about the way that you maybe connect with your friends, I don't know about you, but for me, the life is very busy. I see my friends as often as I can, but a lot of social media is a foundation for how I stay in touch, right? A lot of text messages, a lot of like DMs on Instagram or what have you. And so social in-person interaction is critical. And I love that your app helps facilitate the entry point into that. But the maintenance of social friendship, the maintenance of any social interaction is at this point in our lives kind of dependent upon some kind of social media to help us continue to stay in touch, or some kind of messaging platform to help us stay in touch. So it would be, I think, so important for the recently visually impaired to be able to sort of depend on this app BBond to be able to maintain their social relationships, just as you and I use like whatever messaging platform you do to maintain your social relationships as well. Yeah, does that am I being clear?
Yes, very clear. I think I want to extend the research and next iteration and really focus on the interaction part as well.
Yeah, and I think a little bit about, sorry, I know we're running out of time. I think a little bit about Bumble. Like, first of all, I'm so glad you didn't design a dating platform. It feels like so obvious, but like friendship is meaningful in the world that we live in too, and just knowing people is meaningful. I think a little bit though about Bumble and the way that they also held like in-person meetups. You know, most of Bumble's sort of media exploration I experienced in Toronto, so I don't know how it was where you all were, but they had like big group meetups and big group gatherings, and maybe that's something that BBond could consider as well, is like flagging areas that have high density populations of people who are using the app, so that you can just like host a big gathering and allow for people to meet in person that way as well.
Thank you.
And I would say same for you, Munish, just really thinking through like what is the social longevity of people using this app? They're forking and they're creating this amazing collaborative experience. Is there a way for them to also continue through like opportunities that P5.Genzine creates in person or online? And like how it's such a creative medium, and it's all about self-expression, and ultimately people, just like the vintage like era of Tumblr, will find themselves in little niche communities that are really like dense and exciting, and how can P5.Genzine be a part of that rather than just like, you know, the conduit to that becoming a phenomenon? How can you like foster that and deepen that for people by creating some social layers underneath this or in tandem with the work that you're doing? I think that will really like enliven what you're already doing.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you. Congratulations to Vanessa and Munish for your wonderful thesis projects.
Very strong.
And thank you so much, Ashley Jane Lewis, for joining us today and providing your really insightful views and responses. So we really appreciate your engagement with the thesis candidates today in this session.
Yeah, it's been a real pleasure, and I can't wait to see how everybody's work evolves. I'm already like a big fan after today, so I'll be keeping my eyes out for everything that you're working on. Really wonderful work today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Great. Well, I will now set us to move over to our next topic. And so give me a second to do the changeover as we begin the next panel. So let me get our screen up and get that going to introduce the next panel. Hello, everyone. I'm David Carroll, and you are watching the Parsons Design and Technology MFA and BFA streaming symposium in conjunction with the thesis show called Entropy. The symposium is complemented by a screening and 2 pop-up shows. If you are interested in these works, please, and are in New York City, please join us this evening for the second edition of the pop-up show to see many of the works in the thesis group and some of the works that are being presented today. At this time, I will introduce our guests and begin the first set of presentations. So the way this works is 2 students will present to a guest moderator that has been invited, and then 2 more presentations and another round of response. So it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session. Please let me introduce to you Sharang Biswas is a writer, interactive artist, award-winning game designer, and professor. His artistic foci includes role-playing games, interactive theater, participatory performance, interactive fiction, speculative fiction. He has a master's from ITP at NYU and a BA and BE in biotechnology and biochemical engineering from Dartmouth College. This panel, called Games and Storytelling, will explore projects in this category that use narratives to create immersive and engaging experiences. It's featuring walking simulators, whimsical roguelikes, combat, and puzzle games. They demonstrate how games can facilitate both enjoyment and introspection. And so it is with pleasure that I introduce our first presenter this afternoon, Will.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, awesome. Let me share my screen. All right, so I'm Will Park, and my game is called Encantless. So Encantless is a VR magic casting game with hand tracking as the main interface. And it features a hands-free locomotion system, and it is a semi-polished demo with 2 modes. So I'm gonna start by talking about the locomotion. So this is what had me stumped for the longest time, I would say, because I am using hand tracking. I can't really use a controller, controllers with joysticks on them to move around. So my solution to that is using the body itself as the movement system. So basically it features 2 circles, the static circle, which is the inner circle. And then once you move out of that circle, you start moving toward the direction that you move out to. And then you would speed up based on how far out you go. And then you have the outer safety circle that shows you where you are at relative to your locomotion indicator. And then you can also adjust the size of the inner ring to accommodate your preference and stuff. So here's a quick video of that. So you can adjust the size of the inner circle, and when you move out, you start moving for the direction that you move out to. All right, now moving on to spells. I have a total of 5 spells, and just gonna talk along the video. you have like mana rings around your wrist that shows you how much mana you have, and you charge mana by just holding the fist gestures. And you gain spells by accessing these magic monoliths with instructions on how to use spells. And here's the first spell, which is the Force Push. You can use it to stun enemies and push them back. And here's the second spell, which is the Shoot spell. You basically flick out your index finger from a fist gesture, and you can shoot out bullets that would trace enemies that you point toward. All right, and here is the third spell, which is a two-hand spell. Basically, you can cast a shield to protect yourself from enemy fire, but also instantiate like spikes from it. And here's my fourth spell, which is tracer bullets, I would say. You cast tracers with one hand and then release them. Once you release them, you can like control the directions of them. Here's my final spell, which is the arrow that's hard hitting and would trace through enemies, basically. Yeah. Right. So my game comes in two modes: the story mode, which is more of a walking simulator, more focused on puzzle solving with these spells, and then the occasional battles. And then my arena mode is a purely battle-focused mode, and it's super fast-paced, and you gotta fight through like waves of enemies, and there are like 5 different types of enemies in these and in this mode. Yeah. Right, and here's a quick video of the story mode. So very linear environment, and then throughout this story, you would like discover new spells that you can use to solve puzzles with. And it starts off pretty simple. You try to figure out what an environment you can interact with, and then using the spells that you just learned, you can like, get through these puzzles. And then there'll be occasional battle scenarios, but that is not the main focus. Right. And here is the arena mode. So right from the get-go, you'll have magic monoliths for your access to learn these spells. And then once you learn the spells, you have to perform them a couple of times on enemy duds. And then once you successfully achieve that, you will move on to the next room where you will start basically combating enemies. And then you would reach a final arena room where once you learn all these spells and then fought through all enemy types, and then this is where like everything culminates to you, and then your abilities would be tested, basically. Yeah. And yeah, I would like to talk about the environment building aspect of it. So the Quest 2 has a relatively weak chip, and then you also have to render twice for both eyes at a really high resolution. So right from the get-go, performance is very important. And yeah, so I model in Maya, and then when I model, I always keep in mind to keep every frame rendered in Quest 2 to be under 250K triangles. And then for texturing, I usually really like to use higher resolution textures, which is why I had to be very aware of how I deal with draw calls and yeah, other aspects of performance. And then I do all the lighting in Unity Bakery. And I think lighting is what actually makes an environment pop up. And then, yeah, so this is where I actually finalize environments and then make them look more alive. Here's just some screenshots of the environments I made with post-processing on. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Fantastic, Will. Great project. Looks like a lot of fun. Let's invite our next presenter, me. So I will pin and ask you to share your camera and screen and begin your presentation. Are you there, Me?
Hello. Sorry, I'm just having a little technical issue.
It's okay to take your time. Are you?
I don't know why my screen is not sharing. Is it possible for me to go after Emily so I can figure this out very quickly? I can also switch device probably.
Unfortunate. I am. Yes, we can. Emily is here, so I will ask Emily if she would be able to jump in now.
All right, thank you so much.
Emily, are you able to present now?
Sure, just one moment.
Appreciate it. And Me, you can chat with the other committee members to help support your technical problem if that's helpful. We can jump to Jackson if that's helpful. Nope, looks like
No,
Emily's
I'm actually
ready. Fantastic. I appreciate you jumping in on it. Thank you.
Just find the right page.
Looks good.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Gary. I am the CEO of Hypersolve Technologies, and I'm here to present to you an innovation update from the latest research from Hypersolve. What's wrong with you? So I think this is something that is relevant to most of us in the contemporary day. And what we've realized through our research is that the average person experiences between 4 and 6 inconveniences every day. These inconveniences are driven by what we've studied to find to be called briefly unsatisfactory moments. They can range from elevator small talk to spotty Wi-Fi, and a host of things in between. So diving deeper into this, the innovation lab at Hypersolve has identified 3 primary drivers of inconvenience in the contemporary lifestyle. And these actually make up 87% of inconvenience that we experience. So the first is inefficiency. Obviously, the primary pursuit of the human experience is efficiency and productivity. And so any form of inefficiency is something that will negatively impact your overall experience. The second is uncertainty, because it leads to feelings of discomfort in the information age where we're accustomed to knowing anything and everything. So reducing uncertainty would be a way to reduce your overall inconvenience. And the last is unnaturalness. So you know, the natural environment is something that is made to benefit humans. It's been a part of our experience since our inception. And so having unnatural moments is another thing that could be causing inconvenience. So what you need is Pander. That is our latest series of product layers that you can add into your contemporary lifestyle. And what it aims to do is reduce anything driven by the big 3, and kind of restore the natural order of humans at the top of the natural hierarchy above anything else. So we'd like you to quit pandering to nature and let nature pander to you. So the first product in the Pander suite is it's called Mirage. And oh no, we can't see. Let me just unblur my background. So the first is Mirage. And what this is a completely organic
appearingly eco-friendly phone case. So this is a live succulent plant that lives on the back of your phone. So you can bring it anywhere and have that element of nature with you. The other great thing about Mirage is that it has daily sunlight requirements. So this is a good way to motivate outdoor exposure, which can be difficult for those of us who have little interest in going outside, but want to reap the benefits of nature. And in our first clinical studies, we found that this improved mood for 98% of users who believed that it would. The second product in the series is called Periscope. And Periscope, I think, is fantastic because what it does is it enables you to see what's already in front of you. I think we've all had the experience of walking around, looking at our phone and running into a pillar or tripping on something. So what this does is it actually provides a screen directly above your phone that shows you what is directly behind your phone. So it just really reduces the need for any sort of visual interaction. You don't have to make eye contact with strangers in order to avoid bumping into them. And yeah, it just kind of adds that familiar screen-based visual interaction that we've grown accustomed to. And another fantastic part is, as with any HyperSolve product, it's high quality with 576 megapixel resolution, which is actually as clear as the human eye. The third product is called Euthanize. It essentially is taking a dip in the fountain of youth. So what it is it's hands-free natural engagement that you can use anytime, anywhere. You can use this if you want to inject some elements of nature into your daily life, whether you're watching Netflix, working remotely, any sort of like screen-based or highly technological activity. You can just make it something that is more natural without having to have the hassle of going outside. It also enhances creativity. As you can see, there's some visual obstruction. So being able to fill in the blanks is something that many creatives have said has really supported their work. And after just 7 days of daily euthanization, we found that people feel 30% healthier. So that's just 7 days. Imagine what more time could do. And the last product in the series is called Crystallize. So what Crystallize does is it increases your productivity. I think we've all had an experience with a messy medicine cabinet where we can't find anything. It's visually unappealing. So what this is we have containers that you can place all of your items into, and they're actually labeled. I'm not sure if you can see that. So what you can do is you can actually alphabetize your products. So that'll increase your search optimization if you're looking for something, create a more green, natural home, and again, just eliminate the stressors of visual variability. Your whole home can just be this kind of beautiful, peaceful, white and green color scheme. And if you're interested in learning more about the Pander series, you can check out the latest edition of Hyperware magazine. We've got lots of features detailing more about our research on the big three. I have an upcoming book on hypercriticality, my new management approach that I think could be very useful to business owners. And of course, there's more information on where you can get Pander, but it's available anywhere that you buy products. All right, and now switching characters. Hi, my name is Emily Gary. I'm the real Emily Gary, not the CEO of HyperSolve Technologies. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about the motivation behind Pander. So Pander is a series of absurd products derived from an interrogation of what it means to be natural. They're physical manifestations of the absurdity of the human relationship to nature. And they're presented from a dual perspective through HyperSolve Technologies, which is a satirical business, as well as from myself as the artist with my own perspective. And the reason for creating HyperSolve is to create a more humorous element so that it's easier for people to engage with the critique by placing that relationship on the other and maybe enabling ourselves to see a little bit more of this absurdity through a business which we're more apt to critique. So the beginnings of this project was just an exploration of natural and trying to define this. And as you can see, there were many iterations, starting with, basic things such as leaves being like natural plants, animals. And over time, what I realized is that natural is actually just any other that is whatever we declare it to be. So nature is defined by 4 absurdities, and these inspired the 4 products. The first is the need to separate. We view nature positively as long as there's appropriate separation. So if we have, camping in a tent is actually a technology that's man-made, but we consider that engaging with nature because we've eliminated the need to engage with anything that is not serving us. The second is the need to control. We often portray nature as something that we need to save, even though we're also the ones who have created climate change and a lot of the problems that are occurring in nature. Humans are obviously very destructive. So we kind of need to control ourselves and place ourselves at the top of this natural hierarchy. The third is an evolving narrative. We like to maintain this facade of control in order to create a narrative where we can essentially do whatever we want, right? We call indoor plants injecting nature, even though monsteras are, from South America and not native to anywhere in the US, but we see them everywhere. So we just like to create this narrative of natural that suits the things that we would like to do anyway. And then the last absurdity is discomfort with uncertainty. So the previous 3 absurdities kind of are all meant to serve this discomfort, to pacify our fears about the future of climate and our relationship with nature, and also a way to kind of avoid, the scary things that are involved in making change. So it's part of just acknowledging that we're part of one complex system, and there's much of it that is out of our control. So that's the end of Pander. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Terrific. Thanks, Emily. Appreciate you jumping in, and glad to say that Me is now ready to go. And then after Me goes, we will open it up for the discussion. So go ahead, take it away, Me. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
And yes, we will share the link that you provided in the Zoom chat, but probably more importantly on the YouTube chat.
All right, for sure. Okay, I'll share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, looks great.
Okay, so today I want to talk about the storytelling of fitting burdens. This is a game that I worked on for my thesis project. So firstly, I'll talk a little bit about my concept and intent. I wanted to make a narrative-driven game with a simple core mechanic, and it's inspired by the theme of Asian intergenerational or family trauma. I took inspiration from organization games such as Unpacking, Packmaster, and A Little to the Left. So my game is a 2D organization puzzle game that demonstrates some struggles and coping mechanism of living and growing up in an Asian household, inspired by experiences of my own and others from the same culture. The audience is including but not limited to any person of Asian background. The platform for now is PC, and the gameplay is the player drags items to a designated area and organizes them. Then the goal is to place enough items or place items of the right type to move to the next level. And next up, I'll talk about the narrative structure of this game. So for this game, I interviewed some people and I took inspiration from it. So the first person I interviewed was my mom. She was always compared to her siblings when she was younger, and she was the least favorite child of my grandma due to her being a female. So she was constantly criticized by my grandma every time she made a mistake. My dad, on the other hand, was the favorite child because he was the only male among his siblings.
his biggest struggle growing up was being poor. So he had to live in this community housing thing, and his whole family was squished in one tiny room, sharing the common space with all their neighbors. He lost his scholarship for college tuition that he couldn't afford, as he slacked on school and had to hide it from his family while sneaking out and doing side gigs to make money. My friend wanted to pursue music as a career, but faced a lot of backlash from her family as they wanted her to become a doctor. She went to med school, dropped out, and pursued music anyway. She also came out to her family and they disowned her. So I've included some of these stories in the game's narrative. And then now I'll talk about the actual story. So the player plays as Ling, a Vietnamese girl who grows up in Vietnam in the late 1990s to early 2000s period. After her parents divorced due to her dad's infidelity, she and her mom moved into a relative's house and lived with her grandparents, aunts and uncle, and her cousin. Her relationship and dynamics with her family deteriorated as she moved. She feels neglected and becomes more emotionally repressed and withdrawn as the result, hiding her problems, personal desires, love life, and even achievements. She dreams of becoming a singer, but her family wouldn't support it. So she skipped classes to go to singing competitions. After her mom found out about her secrets, she lashed out and destroyed her items. So in here you can see that some of the cutscenes in the game where the main character is busted when she was trying to sneak out at night to go practice singing. And then there's a level where you basically have to trash the broken items. At Ling's lowest point, she took mysterious pills and passed out. She sees herself rebelling against what she normally has to do and enjoys it. Her mother becomes apologetic after her overdose, realizes her mistakes, and tries to make up for it. In the end, Ling gets an offer from an entertainment company and moves to another country to pursue her dreams. So I'll talk a little bit about the narrative structure regarding the mood of this game. So from level 1 to 3 is the happy childhood stage. Then from level 4 to 6, the characters moving out. And level 7 to 16 is the struggles and depression part. Then level 17 to 20 is the change in the game where the player is basically busted. And from level 20 to 23rd is the healing and moving on part. And then now I'll talk a little bit about the ways of storytelling in this game. So when I was making this game, I thought about multiple ways I could tell the story through it. So I could tell it through the mechanic and interaction in the game. I could tell it through the items and environment, the cutscenes, the color, the audio, and then finally the UI, art, and other details. So firstly, for the mechanic and interaction, I basically did a community discussion on Facebook in this Asian mental health page, and I received basically almost 100 replies in which I compiled the answers and the data, and then I turned them, I saw like what was the overarching pattern that everyone was repeating. Then I used that to develop the main mechanic and interaction of the game. So some of the trauma coping mechanisms that people talked about when I asked them in the discussion, the first thing that I saw popped up a lot was compartmentalization. So it's separating emotions, thoughts, and memories into different mental compartments that are isolated from one another. And a second thing is hiding and avoidance as a coping mechanism. And it's basically avoiding reminders of the traumatic event or hiding one's emotions related to the trauma. So I thought, why don't I make a sorting organization game based on these patterns that I see? So,
do you have just a couple more slides? Because we're over time.
Yes. Sorry, I'll go through this real
Thank you.
quickly. So here you can see sort of like the contrast between the beginning levels and the levels later. So in here, like everything is fitting into this space and there's like a light workload, but later on the character has to really study a lot and kind of neglect her own emotions. So she does not fit everything. She just has to fit books and leaves out her happy childhood. And then here in the start of the game, you have a lot of space to put your items, but later on there's already existing items and the spaces are filled, so you can't just fit everything in there. Some other things is you have less priority and space for yourself, like your bowl is smaller than everyone else's, you can't fit as much food in there, or there's hiding bad grades and musical achievements like under your bed and behind your windows. Then for the items and environment, I took inspiration directly from the Asian and Vietnamese interior, late 90s to 2000s. And the mood in this game is generally nostalgia and melancholy. Then cutscenes is another way that I transmitted the message across. So to provide more context for the player to understand. And there's some color association with characters in this game. So the child, the main character, is yellow and brown. So all of their items are in that color scheme. The mom is like the pink colors, and the dad is sort of like the bluish colors. And then the relatives are like a green color. Then going back to the slide before, you can see the gradual change in color schemes in the game as the game progresses. Then there's some parts where I put in the audio to sort of like make this more obvious. I wonder if anyone can hear the video right here.
We can hear the video, but you really have to wrap up.
Yes. So there's gonna be a voice trigger when the player places an item. And the background music changes depending on the level state. The player also gets encouraged in the beginning where they place correctly, and they get insulted later in the game when they place the items in the wrong spot.
I ban you from dating. I'm saving you from becoming homeless.
Okay, and just some UI art and other details that relate to the theme. So this is like under the bed, and this is the main menu UI. This is the goal UI, and for example, this flower that you see over here is the thing where represents the achievements. And then there's a part in the game where you place flowers in this bouquet, and then later on it gets seen in the background as being laid on the floor. No one cares for it, and it kind of represents the relationship of the character with the family. And yeah, I ran out of time, but basically that's it, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mi. So go ahead and release your screen, and I'm gonna invite Jackson to present. We are missing another presenter, and we're off schedule, so I'm gonna actually have all the presentations go before we open it up to the response. So Jackson, you ready to go? Jackson,
Just give
you there?
me
Yep. Oh, wait, and then we also, our other panelist has appeared now, finally. But go ahead, Jackson, when you're ready. You ready, Jackson?
No.
Yes, are you ready to
I
go?
am yeah, I'm ready to go. My camera doesn't appear to be working, but I will just share my screen in that case.
Please do.
Wonderful. Just present view. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out. Congratulations to the graduating class. I'm going to be presenting about my game, Tom's Mom's Basement. This is a top-down procedurally generated roguelike in which the player explores their mother's basement, battling enemies and collecting items in a search for sugar for their mother's coffee. So it kind of takes on it's a whimsical take on traditional roguelikes, such as The Binding of Isaac and Risk of Rain 2, which have inspired me greatly over the years. And I really wanted to kind of dip my toe in this genre and include my own sense of humor within it. And so when building a roguelike, there are a few foundational systems that you really have to pay attention to. It's one of the main foundations is how map generation is done. And this is something that I really took pride in and time in. And so I went through a couple different iterations on how I wanted to do the map generation. The first was the subtractive wall method to make hallways. So it starts at a certain point and decides where to make a room based off of a random dice roll between 1 to 4. So if you see, it starts in the lower left. If you look on the image on the left, it will start in the lower left corner and randomize between 1 to 4 and decide to go upward. And from there, it will subtract walls from this single room prefab on the right. And it will create a hallway with access from point A to point B. So the player is able to move through the entire map completely, so that each level is completely different and completely random. So as you can see, as the map generation gets bigger and bigger, it becomes more and more unstable, and there are more inaccessible areas that the player is not able to move through. So I had to kind of find a different approach if I wanted to allow the player to move freely through the world. So I attempted a subtractive wall method, which was so bad, it did not work at all. I attempted to start with a room with 4 invisible walls and then procedurally enable them depending on where the next room would be. This did not work at all. And so I was back to square one for the second time. And I talked to my faculty, Alexander King, and he said, please don't reinvent the wheel. People have been doing maze generation for as long as the advent of like computing. So I decided to go with a very classical algorithm. It's the Digger algorithm. So with this method, you create a grid of a specific predetermined size. And from that grid, you procedurally remove tiles using the same kind of dice roll method that was shown in the previous slides. So this is remarkably stable. The only time this will actually crash is when the grid is too large, too small for the generator to continue to choose tiles, which it's going to remove. And in that case, it will throw an index out of bounds exception. So as you can see, it can run up to like 500 of these rooms. And that is just what I tested with. And that gives the capability for making very, very large levels that the player is able to freely traverse. which I'm very happy with, and that is the algorithm that I stuck with through the rest of the project. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the design of the items. I don't consider myself a graphic designer. Some feedback I received earlier says otherwise, but it is not a territory generally in which I work. I'm more of a systems-based person. So as you can see, the early items, very, very rudimentary, just there to kind of convey meaning to me and important for early playtests. And then I went back and redesigned all the items, and I think they look pretty good. There's a black outline on all of them, but you can't really see it with the black background. And I'm very happy with the way that they ended up, and they kind of look whimsical and very much fit into a theme. These are the weapons that you use to defeat the enemies in the game. And here are the actual bad guys. This is the zombie, and I did walk cycles and death animations for each one. And the quad shot it's kind of hard to tell what the animation cycle is, but it shoots in 4 directions, essentially. These are 4 turrets, and this is the cucumber, who is a silly little guy. He throws himself around the room in random directions that are not determined by anything, but just it seems to work. And the 4th one is the boss, who is basically the bigger version of a quad shot, and he will spin around, throw himself in random directions, and shoot from those 4 big turrets of his. And here is a demo video from a very early iteration of the game. As you can see, there's no sound, and the graphics are still very rudimentary. The UI was not developed at all. There's very, very little visual feedback. And this is something that I continually receive feedback on, where people said that it needs to be more obvious when you're taking damage, when you're giving hits, and that can be accomplished through visual cues and audio cues. And as you can see, some of these weapons are quite unbalanced. And the enemies, especially the quad shot, are quite hard. So this was a very early version of the quad shot where it was very difficult to actually dodge the bullets. And there's an alarm going on. And the telegraphing of when they're going to shoot is not very obvious, but the player was able to play infinitely during this time, which I was still very happy about. But after a few iterations, I realized I had to compress it down to actually show it during the pop-up show to about 5 to 10 minute experience. So I compressed it down to 5 levels in which Tom has to go down to his basement and get sugar for his mom's coffee. So I'm going to show you kind of my final trailer, which features a little bit of the gameplay, a little sample. It's about a minute long. If you bear with me and enjoy.
Is there supposed to be sound?
What was that?
Is there supposed to be sound in the game?
Can you not hear sound right now?
There's no sound playing through. You have to check the box in order to enable sound when you share screen.
Okay, I see. Yeah, just give me one moment, please.
And then we will wrap up when the video is completed and go to the next presenter.
Wonderful, thank you. Oh, I just restart there. You can hear it now, right?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you
Thanks
so
so
much.
much. Yep.
you.
And we're really tight on time. So I just have to move right on to Beatriz. So Beatriz, why don't you hop on and please present as quickly as you possibly can. We are behind schedule from
All
some
right.
of the technical issues and delays earlier. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to share my screen. One second. Are you
We see
seeing
your
the right screen?
Yep. Looks good.
Right.
Go for it.
One second. All right. So, hello. This is a quick as I can make presentation about my process and findings while I was trying to develop a framework for game design that uses culture as input. This will be the framework. I will talk more thoroughly about it later on. But to start, who am I? My name is Beatriz. I was born and raised in Brazil. I have been performing as a game designer for about 4 years now, and I have played video games for as long as I had the minimum required cognition to look at a screen and hold a joystick. But while this virtual world seemed to so new and exciting as a Black Latino child, there was always a part of me that was never clicking. I was never identifying with what I was seeing on the screen. To understand this problem, I guess we can look at some of these games and just it will speak through itself, but it's what I call player deja vu. The stories are most about the same thing, about the same mechanics, about the same group. So mostly about white male, usually holding a gun in a world that bends to them and where they can solve everyone's problems. And those stories didn't resonate with me. It didn't seem true. So throwing a little bit of data here, between 2017 and 2021, Diamond Lobby conducted research where they found out that nearly 80% of preset characters in games were male, and 54% of those were white. So, well, you can see why it was so difficult for me to find that. So my first problem here is just the lack of originality in the industry, like how systems repeat themselves and how the stories seem to be, same story, but a different frame. And then more data, Preply also conducted a research where they were analyzing basically the toxicity online. And you can see here certain patterns such as who is often targeted in those environments or what kind of games often have the most abuse. So you see shooters, for instance, or how like gender is very often a reason for bully online, and how these things just put people away from video games, right? So my problem two, therefore, is that these systems create the perfect home for toxicity. And then as a game designer, that makes me question, is there all we can do with games? I guess, what does that say about the industry? What does this say about our capability for creativity? Or what does that say as society in general? So to answer that, I decided to investigate the source of the problem, which is the development cycle and the tools we use. And looking at that, I guess the main problems I was able to detect is what it seems to me is that the problem could be a framework problem, and how we are basically stuck in a cycle that doesn't allow more people to be interested in games. We have a set of tools, and the minds behind these games are all the same. And because of that, the theming, the mechanics, the dynamics that we come up with, they will appeal only to a particular group. And who ends up consuming these games and investing on them and just contributing to the cycle all over the game is the same type of people, the same group of people. And to illustrate that, I guess we can think of like how you build a stone castle if you only use woods and nails. And then as a Brazilian, a video game aficionado, I'm thinking that, well, I would like to see my own culture being injected in those systems. And therefore my question, my research question here was, what if there's a framework to identify and use non-dominant cultural systems as an intended input for game design? My process, it took analyzing games that were doing what I wanted or games that were not doing what I wanted and how they communicate their ideas, talk to developers about the process so I couldn't identify potentials and patterns. Also prototyping smaller projects so I could identify myself what was working, what was not. So for instance, in one of my frameworks, I was just like changing basically numbers and visuals, but then I realized that that was not very effective. Like if we look through system thinking, we might classify those things as materials, like just the objects, and they don't really cause as much effect in the system because we're just changing the first frame, the first layer. We're not really changing the dynamics of those systems. Another thing was that those prototypes allow me was like identify how certain systems in real life can play and what different parts of the game can affect how they are related to culture and how they can affect the game. Or maybe like what values we can keep in front of in the front in order to cause impact within and outside a culture. So this is the framework, as I said. We start by like categorizing elements within a culture, then we kind of start like just creating subgroups and patterns, understanding patterns within those systems or what other systems are entangled with them. Then later on, you will just like the two final divisions, they are dedicated to identifying critical design values. And that makes sense for the system and what makes sense for the system and the setting, the foundation of the idea. Once the team is happy with what they set for that, then you can go back to looking at video games and the pieces of video games. But what's important here, there's a relation. You set your values within this framework and you always come back to those values. Like when you have a new idea of a new mechanic or anything else that you're implementing in this game, you will go back to that value. Some quick acknowledgements here. So in terms of like mapping cultural systems, or I guess this is I need to acknowledge that this is a very complex task. And also it's very personal. I guess culture is perceived differently by each of us, and therefore there's no right or wrong answer. But then for that, collaboration is just fundamental. So you can understand those systems more thoroughly and see perspectives that you didn't see when you're doing it on your own, for instance. For that, it's important that the industry must nurture diversity. So making teams with various point of views, with people with various point of views, that's important. I had examples during this research where people pointed to me how after they hire more talent, how a certain group of people within that company was just suggesting different ideas.
Beatriz, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. We're
Okay.
just so running out of time and we have not heard from our guest at all.
All right.
So I am asking you to conclude and I'm now going to invite.
All right. So my last
Sharang.
conclusion is just like
Nope,
first
nope,
and second
nope,
research is
you're cut
essential.
off.
That was the last one.
Beatriz,
Okay.
I need to invite Sharang up to make some reflections on these different projects around the theme. Thanks so much for your patience.
Hi, thanks for having me. I would like to use some of my time to give Beatriz time to conclude her presentation because I think it is important for me to hear the last thing that Beatriz wanted to say. Beatriz, would you be able to just say the last concluding statement you wanted to make?
Sure. It was just in terms of the importance of using first and secondary research to implement games. Like if we're talking about certain systems and those systems are non-dominant systems, then it's important that we invest in learning and using the people from those cultures in our process, bringing them in and hearing what they have to say. That's it. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so I think it's an interesting and broad collection of projects. So I will not be trying to make links between all of them because they're very broad. I have some questions I have for some of the projects because all of these were very interesting. Excuse me. All of these were really, really interesting and did a lot of cool things. But I also feel that some of the presentations left me with questions about, oh, what other things do you do that you didn't have time to talk about? So I want to ask Will, your project is incredibly technically impressive. It seemed really interesting. But what you didn't talk about, and I want to hear about, is where did the artistic inspiration come from? So you talked about the technicalities of making your environments. I'd love to know what did you theme the environments on? What world building are you doing through the environments? Similarly, you talked about the different gestures you can make. I'm curious about where did these gestures come from? Do you take random gestures? Do you look at choreography? Do you look at any specific kind of gestures? Can you talk a little bit about these kinds of artistic inspirations, Will?
Right. In terms of gestures, I was basically just looking at different hand gestures that are universally really easy to do, because in order to make the mechanics more intuitive, I do have to use universally more just more general gestures, and that's what I was basically thinking about.
Awesome. And tell me about the environmental design.
Right. Environment design, I was basically, I couldn't really fit everything I really wanted to do into it. That's why I called it a semi-polished demo, because a lot of the world building aspects of the environment were absent from this. For example, in the tunnel, there are separate paths they can go into that are dead ends, but then in the end, there should be Easter eggs that tell you more about what happened in this world and stuff like that, that just did not have the time to do. But in terms of the general vibe, I really wanted this mysteriousness. And then you see how it starts off from this dark environment, really claustrophobic. And then you go up this tunnel, you fly up this tunnel, and then once you reach the top, you use a force push on the blockade, and then you go out, and it's this vibrant environment, just suddenly out of nowhere. And then I was basically weighing in what kind of emotions do I want to make the players feel at this point of the story. And then
Nice.
Basically
so yeah, I think you have a prototype, a really interesting prototype. My feedback would be, because there are other games that do this kind of thing, right? Like the Unspoken or the Wizard, things like that do these gestural magic. So I think to differentiate your game more from those and to elevate it above them, which I think it absolutely has the potential to do so, is to focus now on these narrative, story, and setting elements, right? Can you, now that you've play tested using these universal gestures, can you be no, I'm going to take much more specific gestures that are inspired by dance or painting or something, or exercise, I don't know, something like that. Can you use different kinds of gestures? Think of The Magicians, right? The Magicians TV show looked at a specific kind of dance to look at hand gestures for their spell casting, right? Can you do that? And can you tie those choices you made to the world building, right? And can you come up with a more specific narrative and feeling a bit more than just mysterious, because I think mysterious is an overused kind of feeling. Oh, I want my thing to be mysterious. Be more specific, and I think using the really good technicality that you have in your game, I think tying that to story and physicality, that way would, I think, make your game really, really good and stand out from other VR games that do similar things. But good stuff, Will. I thought that was really cool. Emily, I really loved your project. I thought it was hilarious, your presentation that you gave. I had my sound off, obviously, but I was literally laughing. I think this piece would work really well as a multidisciplinary exhibition performance art thing. Oh, amazing. Thank you for wearing that while answering questions. I can imagine this as like an exhibition of products, including that magazine. I think you need to make that magazine. Use the zine making stuff that we heard right before this. Make like a zine, put that in the exhibition as maybe an exhibition catalog with this really over-the-top statement from the CEO. And I think you should make as corporate a speech presentation you can give, which you have the elements of for this, obviously, and present that in the exhibition space. I think it would be a phenomenal project. My question is, because this is all about user stuff, tell me a bit about the user research or play testing you did with these products.
Yeah, so actually Hyperware magazine is a full magazine.
Amazing. I'm so happy.
So yeah, that was like a kind of an exercise in satire, but yeah, so in terms of like the physical products, I was kind of taking this idea of absurdity and finding contradictions like within society, and especially like with respect to these absurdities of nature. And a lot of it was just like joining things together and handing people like what I would call a 3D collage and just seeing what was interesting to them. So, I would try to do it like a little bit without context. I think obviously these objects are trying to gather attention. So I would, give it to people and see what their interpretation was. I did a lot of playing with like, what is the line between utility and absurdity? Because, for example, like Mirage, people want to buy that. So
I can imagine that as a real thing, right? You have moss walls.
So I was really playing with like that, the perception of like, what they understood it to be and mean by giving them. I think the physicality is such an important part of this. So it is hard to like present over Zoom, because I think when you have the product in your hand, the message is a lot stronger and it speaks for itself quite a bit more.
Yeah, I think your next step for this project is literally go all out, like get a website, photograph the stuff really well, like an IKEA design catalog way. I can see that you having a showcase, like here's a trade show kind of thing where you give a performance art thing. I think you need to go all out in that. I think that will elevate the project in a really interesting way and critique this like corporatization of things we use in a really, I think that would like hone in on that argument really, really well. But I was extremely impressed by this project, Emily. So thank you for sharing that. Going to me, I'm trying to be fast, David, so let me know if I'm going too fast. So going to me, when I first read your description, I was like, is this person going to actually incorporate the mechanics in a meaningful, interesting way? And I was extremely pleased by your description of your game, about this idea of like, not everything fits in there. Your plate is smaller than everyone else's. I think, so first off, I was really impressed by the fact that you were like, let me do informal research to see what my mechanics should be. Extremely impressive, because some people are like, oh, I'll just go for what I want to do, and then if it doesn't fit, I'm going to make it fit. So I like that. And then how you like took the mechanics and said, how can I use mechanics themselves to tell the story? And that was really, really interesting. I know you said you used, you showed us that you used some of the stories from your actual family. Did you use some of the objects based on those stories as well, or did you make up the objects to fit those stories?
So I would say a little bit of both. Some of the stories in the game, they're very specific to my background. So like, there's like this like really, for example, there's this like doll that I really liked when I was younger, and it's like kind of like a Russian doll. And it was like a thing that every like Vietnamese family had, but I had that specific doll when I was younger. And yeah, a lot of other stuff. They're also just things that I put into to make it fit the story too.
Nice. No, I really like that. This idea of I really like storytelling when it brings semi-autobiographical elements into it. I think it helps make stories really powerful. Like the whole idea of like hiding the music stuff under the bed. Interesting. It also breaks the idea of some of the game, which like you want to organize everything, but your game like no, sometimes you want to hide the things and like not organize it in the right way. I love that. My advice would be to think about, because I remember when you were talking about the audience, you were saying the audience is for people who are of Asian descent. I would think about that a bit, because clearly the game has a lot of elements of Vietnamese stuff. So I think broadening it to Asian might be a bit too much, because, you know, me as someone who's South Asian has a different lived childhood experience than someone who's Vietnamese, right? Ironically, broadening it out to not just people of Asian descent, but as a window of other people into your personal experience as a specific thing, as a specific person with a Vietnamese background, might actually make it better, rather than saying, oh, all Asian descent people would feel this way about this, because I would say you might run into some difficulties there because Asia is so big, right? But I really like this. I love the attention to detail you played to like color choices in storytelling, musical choices in storytelling. I can't stress enough how much I was happy with you thought about how mechanics tell stories in different ways. A lot of younger game designers don't think about that. So I was very impressed with your project. So thank you for sharing that, me. Okay, going in order. Yeah, thanks. So Jackson made Tom's mom's game. Yeah, again, the technically very impressive. I know that making roguelikes and procedural generation is challenging, so working through that in the time for your thesis is interesting. Is impressive. I mean, I use the word impressive too much today. That's fine, because all of these are impressive. So I'm okay, so you said that you were a more systems-based person, right? So I'm curious about, tell me about some of the systems and game systems and loops you implemented in this game that differentiate it from games like The Binding of Isaac or The Risk of Rain or Risk of Rain 2 and things like that.
That is a great question. And this is like a major thing that I struggled with initially, is kind of finding that key gameplay element that differentiates me in kind of a very saturated field, where I was just trying to kind of dip my toe in the field of roguelikes, where I really struggled with kind of finding that singular element. So I'm not sure if I do have that mechanic, is the issue. And I think yeah.
Oh, that's cool. So you have a working prototype. So my advice is, so you did 2 years in the DT program, right? Mm-hmm. Which means you took a variety of classes from different disciplines. So I would encourage you, look into those other classes, even those that seemingly have nothing to do with game development and game design, and see, can you use those other artistic disciplines as inspiration to make this game seem very different. Because I think you're right in saying that roguelikes are somewhat saturated, right? And then there's these amazing examples out there like Binding of Isaac, like Hades. Obviously, they have their differences from your game, but see if you can elevate that using unexpected intrusions from your other artistic discipline. I think that would help make your project really, really good. Similarly, like you quoted Binding of Isaac, right, which is very significant because in the Binding of Isaac, every single element from the power-ups to the visuals to the enemies, the rooms, all bring together and tie together the themes of religion and Christianity that the game designer discusses, right?
Absolutely.
Right? Your game has this satirical element, which I think is really interesting about like, I'm just going to get sugar for my mom. Oh no, it's hard and irritating, which I think is funny, right? Because it doesn't have this like deep narrative. But I think in that case, can you again tie, like, you know, your weapon was the gun. Well, is that relevant to the satire you're doing? Or these enemies of zombies or these like four charts? Can you make the enemies more story-wise tied to the satirical thing you're doing and or tied to this unique element that you're going to bring in after you do some more thinking? I think those two things, tying everything together and figuring out how this game is differentiated in this art space, would help elevate your game to the next level.
Thank you.
But good job on figuring out these rather complicated technical challenges. So I applaud you there. And then finally, Beatriz, I think this is a really excellent project. I think it is a very long-term project that you've done a really good initial start on. And like you're nodding, you know that this is going to be a long project, right? But I really, really applaud you for being like, okay, because, you know, in this field of media, we're often like, well, we can solve the problem by showing more characters and bringing in more people with that background. I think that's really good, and both of things are important, as you identified yourself. But I really like your technique of, can we infuse our process itself with these cultural things? Like, can we look at the back end more like? So I want to know a little bit more about the interviewing and tests, and well, in some ways that is your playtesting, right? So tell me a little bit about what you learned from the people you interviewed and took oral histories from and things like that.
Sure. I did include in the presentation, especially because I knew I had little
limited time.
I had to cut a bunch of the content, but basically for what I learned from people, I interviewed some people who develop both indie and AAA games, and what I learned, like from indie, for instance, it's really the collaborating with community. There's a game called Kai Kai Balão, developed by Dadiu, and another game called I'm not gonna say it right now because I forgot how it's pronounced, but it's about cultural theft, and it takes like the chachapoyas and Peruvian culture, and how those two group of devs just collaborated with the culture itself, right? So they got native people to help them understand the artifacts, understand everything, and also they like kept it's interesting because the Kai Kai Balão, it's based on Brazilian culture, extinct now Brazilian balloon culture, and just having people who have done this back in the 80s, just recording audio, super excited about, you're making a game about me, and hearing their excitement of like, that was really okay. Yeah, this is really what's gonna work. So I guess that just learning through collaboration, and also from understanding like the clash between when you have like the white male developer and then you start hiding more diversity, the clash that gives within an ecosystem. I was learning of like how some groups are not as comfortable, for instance, doing the killing type of tasks in a game, so they try to just like go around that and find new ways of communicating that. And I guess that's it. It's just
nice. No, I think this is really cool. I can imagine, because this is an initial research, I can imagine you producing a whole book, right? But I think your next steps are many and it will take a couple of years, I think. I think each of your steps that you showed in your diagram that feeds into the MDA model. And I'm really happy that you're looking at, well, what are the limitations of the MDA model, and can we expand that? Each of those steps will need some expansion, but I also think something you should do that might really help in expanding your ideas, make you think about it more, is do a literal case study. Find a team of 1 to 2 devs who are making a very small indie game, maybe one of the other people on this thesis, and be like, I would like you to use my framework and document your process, and you be a case study for this framework and see if it works or if it doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, great, you can then improve the framework, right? And I would recommend trying that with a small video game and an analog game, and see, does my framework work for both of them? It might also be useful, I mean, if you have time for this, to do one that's a more Western-centric game and do one that's a non-Western-centric game. I think doing this sort of case study, even if it's not the final case study that'll show up in your book, but doing one now as a small play test sort of the ideas, well, I think will teach you a lot and possibly give you a case study to put in an article or a paper or a design magazine article or even a journal article. I think clearly, it's thesis with a small beginning, but I'm very excited to see where this idea of embedding cultural touch points into these processes. We tend to think of processes like algorithmic and not human related. No. Bringing this humanity element into them, I think this is really exciting, Beatriz.
Thank you.
So yeah, good stuff.
That's a really good insight. Thank you so much.
David, I was very impressed by these projects. I've taught at DT, so I know that our students are impressive. I said that word so many times today, but thank you for inviting me, and thank you for your help in encouraging these students to make all this cool work. I'm sorry I didn't get to see Redeemer, but maybe another time.
Thank you, Sharang. And I am sorry to have to be the bad guy and be cruel about time, but I am glad that we had a nice conversation with these pieces and you were able to reflect upon them with each of the candidates. And I want to issue a congratulations to each of you, Will, me, Emily, Jackson, and Beatrice. It's a great accomplishment. And thank you for sharing your work with the world. And I hope you keep working on it. So thanks so much for joining us, Sharang, and wonderful to get your input on these works. And I appreciate your patience so much, but unfortunately we have to go to the next panel now. But
good luck, everyone.
Again.
Thank you.
So now we have to do the changeover to our next panel of the symposium. So please stand by, everyone, while we do the changeover. I am going to be introducing our guests and the first shortly. So just give me one more second to get us ready here for our final panel. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us on the live stream for our last panel of the DT Symposium for the graduating class of 2023 in the BFA and MFA Design and Technology programs at Parsons School of Design. The name of the show this year is Entropy. The students have described the choice of this term to reflect their experience emerging out of their undergraduate and graduate degrees largely unscathed, despite surviving a brutal pandemic and even some very significantly disruptive labor strife here at the university. But despite all this disorder, they have achieved incredible order in mounting the show. The symposium is one part of many And I want to urge anyone listening who is in the New York City area to please join us this evening at 6th East 16th Street, where on the 12th floor, where you can see a pop-up exhibition of about half of the graduating class across these two programs. On Tuesday, we had a show of the other half. So if you went there, please come back. And if you haven't gotten a chance, please join us tonight. I'm going to now take this opportunity to make the introductions. So as a model, we've invited a guest moderator to experience these projects, and then we will take breaks for discussion. So let me introduce Alice Yuan Zhang, an artist, designer, and program organizer working across the IRL and URL. Her projects often take on a playful and collaborative approach, using mixed reality technologies to invite public empathy into ecological and social futuring. She's the co-organizer of Virtual Care Lab, a series of experiments in remote togetherness. Alice holds a BS in Business Administration from the University of California, Berkeley, and is influenced by object-oriented ontology, interspecies collaboration, Eastern philosophy, and magical realism. And we're so pleased that she will be responding to this panel on art and research, which will feature students who will share a cross-disciplinary work that delves into the wide expanse of tech art. This includes, but is not limited to, projects on cyber ethnography, digital memory, art history, AI, kinetic sculptures, embodiment, and haptics. And so pleased to be able to have two candidates present. We'll take a break for moderator feedback, two more candidates, and another round of feedback, and then we will have concluded. So it's my pleasure to introduce our first presenter.
Thank you, David. I will share my screen. Can you see my screen, the presentation?
Not yet. It's still, why don't you try one more time?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Now we see it. Looks good.
All right. So hello, everybody. I would like to introduce you to Vignette, an immersive memories media company. So here at Vignette, I am a marketing manager, and I've been organizing our next interactive event. So we know that you work hard, but it can get overwhelming balancing everything. We offer your brain a personalized escape. Be transported to a memory unique to yourself. So we are in the business of digitally replicating memories based on detailed client descriptions that relate to nature, simplicity. Often these relate to childhood and activities with friends and family. And they are unlocked by a small physical totem object that opens an augmented reality scene. This is for people who feel overwhelmed in work and life, and provided by us, a large media company. So how it works, we guide our users through this process. First, we have them pick a payment plan, and then the users describe the memory, a sacred memory that they would like to see. They work one-on-one with one of our designers. They describe all of the senses, the sights, the sounds, the smells associated with this memory. And they describe every object that they remember within this memory. And then the users pick one specific object to represent this memory. All right, so here we have two recent satisfied customers. John
wanted to be taken back to when he was resting with his family on a hike, laying down on the forest floor, looking up at the sky. And the object he chose was a small pine cone. And Gabriella wanted to be taken back to when she was walking home from middle school with her friends every day, talking and relaxing. And the object she chose was a small yellow flower. So in our event, we are launching our new payment plan. And so from all of us here at Vignette, we thank you. But moving out of the perspective of looking at this company, now I'm going to be talking about this as a project. So what I did is I designed a digital design company that makes customized visualizations of memories that are then accessible by augmented reality scenes. So a little bit about me. I am a New York-raised artist and designer, and my work tends to focus on communities' connection to nature, design accessibility for non-designers, and collage as a visual design medium. So for my inspiration, I looked to my peers, both through conversations and also through like written feedback. So I examined asked them to describe their relationship with nature and their relationship with intentionally practicing self-care. And so I noticed a lot of my peers were expressing a longing for their childhood nature experiences where they were like very carefree. And so it was very much a nostalgic recollection for most of them. And I also noticed that not a lot of my peers intentionally practice self-care every day, especially during the school year, when it is very difficult to find time for these things that we are not rewarded for doing. So for my inspiration, I also looked to dreamscapes, visual digital landscapes, and walking simulators. So I examined what are the ways that we treat the mental health effects of the expectation of overproduction in a work setting, how to facilitate self-care practices and awareness into the lives of these users. And I also speculated on immersive media companies that may be involved in commodifying realities and lived experiences of its users. So for my research, I looked into data visualization as a reflection of habits and time use. So I look back to the Dear Data project, where two designers use visual design as data visualization to represent their weeks to each other. And also these are some data visualizations that I've done in the past. And I also look to object-based and episodic memories as a tool for reflection. So when people look back into their younger selves, they tend to be more sympathetic, and it tends to be easier to think about taking care of this younger self. So what I did is I created all these like pedestals for found small objects to represent the user's memory objects. Then I house them in niches. And here you can see some examples from our users. And so here, this is Rosa's memory. And so what she wanted to express the memory was the last dinner that she had with her family before leaving the country for a job. And so she told us all about the sights of seeing her relatives playing in the pool, setting the table, listening to her family cooking. and I used augmented reality. So when the small object the small object is scanned, it unlocks the scene that shows what she wanted to see. And I have one more example here. So this is another user. This is Charlie's memory. And so he is a musician in New York from Detroit, and he wanted to be taken back to a time where he was listening to records with his grandfather, to really use that as inspiration for finding his own musical style and navigating the music industry individually. All right, so that is all I have today. Thank you very much.
Wonderful presentation, Anna. Thank you. That's wonderful. And so now I will invite the next presenter. And then after this presentation, we'll take a pause to get some response and questions from Alice. Thanks. So whenever you're ready, Leo.
Hi, I'm Leo, and my project's called Earth Machine. Let me just pull up my slides. For this project, I was really interested in the terrains of the Earth and kind of getting a better understanding of like what creates our geography, our geology. I'm a big geology nerd, and I was really interested in how I could like better communicate and make art around the concepts of deep time and of other. And like the idea that the Earth is actually a very dynamic, moving, fluid terrain, but that when we look at a mountain, we see a static thing just because, of course, we only live for maybe 80 years and the mountain takes several million to form. And so with that, I decided to make Earth Machine. So Earth Machine is a giant terrain simulator that lets you take a step back from our usual perspective of being a human, and lets you play with the processes that let you that create the Earth as we know it. And for that, I've built a giant terrain simulator. And this is my first example of it. My first research was like, how can we actually like visualize terrain forming in real time? How can we like see what exactly what's going on as like mountains come, erode, and form and things. So I wrote several simulators. And that takes me to my next point, which is, right. And then eventually I built this like mini game in Open Frameworks that lets you see this in real time, interact with it, and kind of sculpt a mountain and kind of use the simulation to gain a better intuitive understanding of how these processes work in the terms of like an interactive, playful experience. So to do this, I had to do quite a bit of research. The first was, what role does simulation have in art, was my first question. And obviously simulation is often like a much more technical tool. If you're designing a car and want to see what their dynamics are, or if your building is going to stand up, there's very useful technical tools. But I think the ability of us to like simulate the real world also lets us take a step back and maybe see it differently. It also lets us see the world. It also lets us see the world from different perspectives. And lastly, it lets us gain a better intuitive understanding of what something's going on. A lot of the time, the world's a really complicated, messy place. And as artists, I think if we can like shed light on how something works, or on what maybe kind of intuition people have, or maybe if our own intuitions are wrong about something, like seeing a different visual explanation for how something works are all really useful tools. So that's all things that I wanted to explore. The other concept that is really interesting is hyperreality. Once we've like created worlds in our computers, and once we've been able to recreate and create visual stimuli that are like really interesting and really like almost match or like even like stronger than real life, like how does that relate back to real life? And so my take on this is that we really want to use art not as a way to kind of like replace or like emulate what's going on in the reality, but rather it's a new tool that lets us it's a new tool that lets us explore where we want to, what other possibilities are, and like really try to augment our perspective from what like our usual perspective is. And so yeah. For erosion, of course, erosion creates these beautiful landscapes as an example of this. And like this is a beautiful canyon in the desert of Utah. And there is absolutely nothing that humans make that, you know, is quite like it. But when you see this, I think this image is astounding, but also very mysterious. Like, how is this giant gaping hole in the ground trench like possibly formed? How can water and wind possibly form such an image? And so that's really what motivated me to make this, was to try to explore where exactly we'd be able to, like, what exactly could we do to get like a better understanding of like how over time and over a lot of time we can make this much we can like nature like evolves, like makes this much change in our environment. And lastly, as I built my simulator and I wanted to exhibit it, I didn't want to make it just a screen. So I really wanted it to be an object in of itself. And so for that, I decided to make a wooden box around it and try to give it an older look. So I laser cut a frame. And that was just kind of my attempt to kind of like make it of its own object rather than just like a piece of software. So like my other thing I really wanted to, for this thesis that I really wanted to like investigate was, how can you take something that's running on a computer and like really integrate it into an art gallery or make it more of an object in of itself? Yeah, for the techniques, this is all implemented on shaders. Shaders, for those who don't know, are small programs that run on the GPU, and they're really good at doing lots of the data, working with a lot of data at once. Instead of a CPU that does one thing at a time to one piece of data, a GPU does one thing to a lot of data at a time. So when you have a particle system, which is how I do this, this is really useful. To do the erosion, I used a giant grid simulation. It essentially has a lot of little squares that are a height map. Sorry. Oh, I'm missing a slide. Oh well. And each height map creates this overall terrain where the red is the highest and the black is the darkest. And each pixel just like represents the position of one piece of particle that's moving around. And if you look at how shaders work, this is essentially what they're doing behind the scenes. You can kind of like see the computation. But sorry, give me one second. All right. But as the particles move and explore over time, we see erosion happen, and we see like the erosion emerge as individual raindrops take some sediment from areas where they're moving quickly and have a lot of water left, and they go downhill to places where there's not a lot of water left. They eventually form these patterns. So I don't know why they eventually form these patterns. And so over time, like the erosion is the erosion is an emergent effect of a lot of little raindrops that are just simply gathering data from one place. And this is still like a very early visualization, and something I want to work on more is making it more interactive and making more of a final render for this. But yeah, it's just an exploration into like how you can take simple particle effects and create these more powerful, like emergent behaviors. And yeah. Sorry,
Thank you,
my
Leo.
videos are not, but that's everything.
Thank you so much, Leo. So let's open it up for some brief discussion.
Hi, both. Thank you so much for sharing your work. I'm really glad to be here and to be witness to it, and I have many questions for both of you. I'm curious to start off, I gravitate toward this connection between both of your projects, despite them being like in very different forms and for different audiences. Both your projects explore this notion of time, right? So Anna, with you, you've been exploring like how to represent and capture memory and how to share that back with someone in a meaningful way. And I know in your project description, you also mentioned continuing, we help you continue where you're going by showing you where you've been. And I think that's quite an interesting concept. And Leo, with this understanding of deep time and visualizing that in a sort of agential, kind of active way to invite folks to learn more about the processes of geology. I'm curious if you both want to speak a little bit to your relation with time and how you understand that and how you've been exploring that in your project, if there's anything exciting that's happened in your working process. And also, what would you say is the role of digital technology in mediating these experiences of time? Either can start.
I can start. My personal relationship with time, I feel like I do have a little bit of time blindness. It goes by so quickly. So I try to write everything down, remember everything. But I feel like with moving forward with immersive technology and time and memories, really the possibilities are endless with both AR and VR being used as visualization tools. So I'm just really excited to see how that progresses.
And yeah, I'm also think that there's like two different things. Is time goes by really quickly for me too, and it's real, as Anna said, it's really easy to get lost in like the middle of a semester and becoming obsessed with one particular part of a project or becoming like lost in like the weeds of like a specific class and like not really realizing like how much time has passed. It's definitely a weird effect. But also at the same time, like what we spend weeks or months or even years like agonizing about and is very small compared to like other things that are going on around us. And both on a human scale in terms of like sociological advances or how like progress is often very painfully slow, but also on like a physical level in terms of geology or the universe. And I think time is interesting because like how we define whether a passage is time is a lot or not really depends on like what we're prioritizing. And I think it's interesting to take a step back sometimes and think about if the scale that we're choosing to evaluate something on, or whether something is like too long a time or not, is really in line with our intentions.
Yeah, I appreciate both those responses, and definitely really relatable, the shiftiness of time, and also just interesting the different ways that you're stretching that, and distorting it in both of your projects as well. And then to this point of scale, sending it back to Anna in terms of the way that you decided to make kind of like diorama, like these small objects, memory objects. How did you think about, like, what was the thinking behind that sort of process? And it seems like there was kind of a mix between you finding certain objects and then also working with some other folks about their stories, and then noting like, oh, you know, a pine cone is coming up or the flower is coming up. And how did you think about like the objectness of it and the scale of that in representing memory?
So I wanted the objects to be very small, like something you could put on a keychain or put in like the bottom of your bag, just to have it there with you as like a little reminder. And so I did not make most of the actual objects. They were found doll furniture. They were lovely, so I decided to use them, but I did do all like the staging for them. I decided to make niches as like a little memorial, like to honor these memories, to give them a place to exist.
Yeah, wow, that's so interesting, the backstory of finding these objects through a dollhouse, which in itself is a form of simulation, and then kind of repurposing that and finding a different, you know, background or story that objects also opens. And likewise to Leo, I'm curious, you know, how you played with like this really grand scale of deep time and also like huge, you know, landscapes, and how, in terms of your project, I'm curious, like how you navigated a sense of place. Did you have interest in also, you know, looking into Google Earth or satellite imagery in certain particular places? I know you looked at Utah and the image there with the water, or was it more so about process and studying like kind of the, you know, the way that water eventually shapes land? What was your thinking process there?
Yeah, it definitely became much more of a like research project in terms of exploring how these work and also kind of like how best to visualize it. It also ended up being a technically pretty complicated thing to do that ended up taking more time than I anticipated. But I think for me, it was like, originally, it was going to be about like water and volcanoes and kind of making it more of a terraforming game. But a lot of like, I kept running into this idea that like I had to have a way to like show the passage of time, because mountains obviously don't move around from one day to the next. And so that kind of became like the center of my interest of like, how exactly do we relate to these very slow moving things on our planet? And also just on a personal note, I think it's interesting because like, if we were more in tune with that, like, might we take care of our planet a little differently? And like, what perspectives could that bring? I think for like a more like finalized version of this, if I want to keep working, that's definitely the direction I want to take it in.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. I think it's quite interesting that you bring up terraforming. That's also something that's been really interesting in the world at large as we gather more and more data and, you know, the prowess to be able to make decisions at large, and this kind of direction toward data-rich planetary planning. And I wonder, you know, as you've worked on this project and, you know, with Leo, with your project, you know, having some sort of interactivity with exploring those models, these simulation models, and Anna as well, with this, you know, very hands-on approach of taking someone's subjective memory and kind of helping them codify it and also playing it back to them. How do you think about someone's agency in exploring your project, and what is your role and your subjectivity as well, you know, in exploring that? Anna, maybe you might want to go first on this. I'm curious.
So in terms of the user's agency, so we just visualized whatever the user taught us or told us, because there was no way to accurately display these memories with every little detail, like remember the color of everything in the background. So it was very much on how they remember these scenes and how they wanted these to be shown.
Leo, do you want to respond to the last question?
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat the question one more time?
Sure, yeah. How do you think about the role of agency and folks who are exploring your project? And I think, yeah, in terms of terraforming, especially, yeah, this kind of interplay of folks being able to shift time and move these landscapes, whereas, you know, maybe thinking about also ecological agency as well and the interplay between that.
Yeah, I think that's a big next step for me, actually. That's like most of what I want to do next with this is like decide as maybe as like an experience mechanic, like how much control should a person have over this, what's more interesting. We're used to, I think we still see ourselves as having no control over nature. I think that's like a very deeply ingrained thing in humans, despite us having a massive amount of control and are completely changing the planet in a very short amount of time. And so I think what I want to do with this is explore the idea of like unintended consequences. If you can affect something, or like maybe build towns or cities, or, you know, extract resources from a given area, but then it creates a chain reaction in the atmosphere like we're doing in reality. And you can kind of like explore the consequences of that in minutes instead of like half a century. I think that's a really interesting direction to take this. So that's kind of what I want to do with that.
Amazing. Thank you both so much for your presentations and your lovely responses.
Yes, thank you and congratulations to both Anna and Leo for your exquisite thesis presentations. And so I appreciate that. And thank you so much. And now I will invite our next set. So I will highlight our next presenter and ask Ruby to take it away. You ready, Ruby?
Hi, everyone. Yes, I am. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up the text. All right. And I'm going to share my screen. The slides are more just of a way for folks to see a little bit what I'm talking about, but they're not really mandatory for understanding. From 2012 to 2021, the heyday of the YouTube algorithm rabbit holes, if you spend enough time on autoplay, you might end up on a 59-minute video whose kanji spelled title, tantalizing subtitle recommended for you might lead you to click. The video itself, appeared innocuous. White cumulus clouds move slowly as a foreground of green thorny vines obstruct the view. The elements bear a resolution reminiscent of yesteryears. You may recognize the music if you played Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy Kong's Quest, on the SNES in the late 90s, or if at the late millennial you played it on the 2004 reissue on the Game Boy Advance. The video falls into the long-standing tradition of video game soundtrack on YouTube, whose moody tonalities may have been missed during the gameplay, but whose sonic and harmonic character are made salient when severed from gameplay and presented as standalone works of art. Your internet's spelunker spidey senses might be titillated by the 25,000 comments below the video. Opening the long comment list, you would have encountered a comment such as this one: checkpoint. I've never thought I'd get recommended this video. I feel lost. I'm working, but that's all I have going for me at the moment. I want to finish my studies and be independent, but I find it hard to make an effort. I'm lost in the world. I work, get home, sleep in order to not to think about how I feel or where I am in life. I feel like I'm in a loop. I no longer talk to people. I just keep to myself. I constantly try to keep myself distracted in order to keep myself from overthinking about where I'm going, where I've been, how I may have taken a wrong turn. I feel like this was all repetitive, but that's how I feel. 4/6/21. Checkpoints. are an emerging digital behavior which began in the comment section of that YouTube video. The action is the posting of a personal story, which begins with the word checkpoint, a nod to the video game checkpoints, which save one's progress in the story, ensuring that should death occur, you respawn at the latest checkpoint. The posts are divulgatory, sometimes happy, sometimes sad. They expose the openness, candor, vulnerability of strangers that they can exercise one another online. Interestingly, the custom did not occur in a space specifically designed for that purpose. Rather, it occurred organically through the reappropriation of an existing piece of internet infrastructure. YouTube launched in 2005. It emerged as a Web 2.0 platform, which sought to get users to publish their own content. In comparison to previous eras of the internet, Web 2.0 allowed users to broadcast themselves. That was the YouTube slogan. In additionally, it allowed users to opine on what was being broadcasted. This affordance is called a comment, and comments in YouTube have been usually quite toxic because YouTube is less profile-based than other social media platforms such as Twitter or Facebook. Commenters have somewhat been shielded by pseudonymity. This afforded users the possibility to say whatever they wanted, and oftentimes that whatever was negative. Howbeit, the same affordance can also allow for positivity to emerge and for communities to build around videos, as with checkpoints. There are, of course, billions of videos on YouTube, but only one became the checkpoint, and it's unclear why that video was chosen. This can be understood as the behavior where internet denizens utilize existing semi-permanent digital infrastructure and use it as a mode of communication. This echoes Shannon Mattern's essay on architecture, materials, and memory of mud, media, and the metropolis. In it, she details the long-standing history of infrastructural materials being used for both building and writing. These building facades and walls, doorways and courtyards of fire, brick, and terracotta, concrete, tufa, limestone, and marble were not designed to be used as substrates for writing, but through the Roman social practice, the fabric of the city ultimately served to record major laws, achievements, jokes, jabs, and private confessions. This is a quote from Mattern. Thus, when a user writes, checkpoint, my newborn son means everything to me, even if sometimes he's a little shit, and I haven't had a good night's sleep in months, it hints at the fact that YouTube has become our equivalent to a digital city, and that the comment section or its walls a locus of exchange. These YouTube comment sections become a third place, to borrow from Ray Oldenburg, a locus of collection of semi-anonymous sharing. They're the urban walls and overpasses where lovers sign their angst and leave the mark of their memories. Whereas direct messages represent what Oldenburg will call the first place, which is private, and their antipode, Facebook wall, the Facebook wall is maybe a second place, a bit more public. Checkpoints represent the emergence of a third place, which helped surfers build a sense of place in the infinite expanse of the world of the web. The areas Mattern mentions have a public nature very similar to that of the comment section. It seems obvious that this digital infrastructure is being utilized as a writing substrate in a world still reeling from the fall of the Facebook wall. This use of YouTube comments is an example of unplanned activity where a place's design is transferred and its visitors design a new function. The implications for the loci of these checkpoints are major. By inference, they are the building and doors of digital life, the structural repositories of digital memory, but these structures are fickle. One morning in 2001, the video, which had been active for 11 years, was suddenly taken down due to a DMCA by Nintendo. The story of the checkpoint community exposes the fickleness of these digital infrastructures as repositories of memory, and that communities can lose their entire histories by relinquishing the storage of these memories to these third parties. Technology presents itself as an ideal system of storage. Its presentation is a lure, leading to the evanescence of memory. Thankfully, this is a checkpoint example. Thankfully, user Rebate 2001 saved the video and had scraped the comments before the video's unexpected deletion. The video now lives on an archive hosted by Rebane, but what if they hadn't? Another monument of internet history would have disappeared. 10 years of human emotional divulgations would have vanished. Thousands of checkpoints lost to oblivion. The story of checkpoints reminds us to be fully aware of the infrastructure we use in community building in digital realms. Are the structures sturdy? Who controls them? Who is responsible for archiving or providing additional fault tolerance in the community's memory system? Will these walls stand the test of time? These are just images of things that have disappeared, which I thought were, which fit into the larger thesis, 50 pages. Awesome. And sort of helped me understand how memory works. I reference the Ramses Museum built by Ramses II or Ozymandias in ancient Egypt. I reference this last scene of In the Mood for Love, where he uses a wall as a way to hold memory. And this is my final project, which was this plinth. I think, David, you saw it on Tuesday. This was before the final iteration, but a stack of paper containing the 25,000 comments of the archive, as a way to sort of speak to their evanescence and what would it mean to recreate a monument for digital memory. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ruby. Wonderful presentation. And I would love to now invite Smitha to present, and then we will discuss both thesi together.
Hi, everyone. My name is Smitha, and I'm glad to be speaking here today. My project is called Pillars of Power, and it's actually a framework based on the museum approach, and it's very playful, and it's meant to make art history education more meaningful. So my actual project is a pop-up exhibit that showcases pillars and freestanding structures through the lens of power structures. And my entire aim behind this was to sort of make art history and the various elements within the realm of art history more playful and interactive, so that visitors, students find it more meaningful and can relate to it better. My whole impetus was based on my own art history education back in Chennai, India. I felt it was dry, remote, and lacking in some way, although I really enjoyed the concepts, because I think that art history is something crucial in terms of understanding our past. All these objects hold so much value, and they're great storytelling tools, and I think they're great learning points for us as well. Art history as a topic was very, very broad for me to focus on, because it spans thousands of years. There are many eras, many isms, and I needed to find an element to focus on for my thesis research. So I started funneling and finally decided to focus on pillars. And this is why I picked pillars, is because it's an element that spans painting, sculpture, and architecture. It's common across various cultures. It's a relatable element. It's been in the past, but it's also an integral element towards any building structure. We are sitting in buildings, and they're all being held up by pillars. And in terms of exhibition design, it's not covered before as a topic. So a lot of my exploration was based on different materials I could use to sort of create different learning tools and ways I could communicate pillars and the concepts behind these structures better. So I started developing a sort of syllabus of framework based on what tools I could use or explore and the possible settings these could be placed in. And based on these range from like science museums to classroom learning materials. And then I realized that the best user encounter would be at a pop-up exhibit, which was what my final form was. So Powers of Pillar comprises carefully reproduced replicas of existing pillar structures across the world. And it comprises 3 displays that both invite active participation and exploration from visitors. The first part is a projection. I'm trying to play the video here, but it hasn't loaded. It's a projection of different pillar images against a pilaster. And this sort of creates a palimpsest over time because you're seeing different structures from the past, but against a real life element, against a single real life element that is sort of a common canvas to all these different images. The next is little pillars where users encounter 3-inch high replicas. And there are also associated prompts and themes that users can answer these questions. I have a range of questions. Some of them are whether the user can arrange models based on time, but based on weight, whether they can identify the material these structures were made out of. And next is the bigger pillars. And these are 24-inch or 2 feet high structures that are based on smaller building blocks that the users can assemble and realign to reconstruct these whole structures. Each of the parts have magnets embedded within them. So it allows for easy fitting, and there's like a snap feedback, which is very satisfying when you interact with the objects. So once stacked, these are how the final replicas look. And as for it to become a learning tool, what I've done is I had like written clues on each face of the pillar. These give you the construction date, the place or original site of these elements, what materials were used, and the overall height. So this is a physical feedback that the user gets, and it's a sort of checking point to see if they've assembled it in the right order. But all the pillars that I chose to exhibit within across all of the displays were based on like a pillar database that I created. I did a lot of research and tried to highlight great examples across the world, and then I had to sort of create a tabular column with the material that was used, which country it was from, the total height, key points of why these structures were interesting, what sort of power structures they held, whether it was more religious or something related to power, or whether it was like a commemorative structure. And most of the 3D models I sourced were based on Scan the World, which is an open source platform, and Historic Environment of Scotland, which I had to get special permission to showcase or get access to 3D models. Thank you.
Beautiful presentation, Smitha, and also Ruby. So I'm pleased to open up the discussion with Alice now.
Thank you both so much. It's a pleasure to learn more about both of your work, and I find it really interesting that, you know, across both of you, you've both been looking at like the fluctuation of memory and the integration, disintegration of memory across timescales, across like, you know, more ephemeral digital posts, or, you know, even digital posts that have been sticking around for a while, but then are suddenly gone, to historical monuments that have been there for a long time and have some sort of etched significance in people's lives, and then kind of reconstituting that and thinking about what that means. I'm curious to open a discussion with both of you if you would like to further define what memory means to you, you know, or what monuments mean to you, and why do we want to remember? What do we want to remember? In what context? And how do we help with that through technology? How has your working process kind of brought insight to you in that sense? Either can start.
I can start. For me, memories have like, in terms of my project, I've looked at memory in terms of how I have come across these structures in real life. For example, I went to Varanasi, which is a very old and very rich in culture. It's in the north of India, but I came across a lot of pillars that are intricately carved. And I also traveled to Sarnath, which also houses the one of the oldest museums in India. And it has the Ashoka pillar, the capital, which is a national emblem, and you see it across all currency in India. And when I was there in front of these really, really old structures, all I could think of was, I couldn't touch it, obviously, but all I could think of was what the structure had seen. Like, we see this one structure, but that the block of stone has seen thousands of people, thousands of years. It has weathered down in the process, but it can't communicate. So it's very interesting to think of monuments and artifacts from history in terms of memory.
On my end, it's difficult to be selective because I have hoarding tendencies, and a lot of the things around me I want to preserve. I open my thesis with this impetus where I situate myself both between Stoner, John Williams is Stoner, just a regular person in America, just like a very mundane life. And I'm right between this, and I'm right between the pharaoh Ramses, whose temple I showed earlier. I feel pulled toward the desire to make things that are, he thought he built the temple of 1,000,000 years, he said. And of course, it's no longer here. But I'm halfway between this and halfway between Stoner, whose unpublished manuscript we will never get to read in the story, right? So there's this fundamental tension, at least in my situation, with memory and what deserves or does not deserve to be kept. I want to see the beauty in Stoner's story because I'm much closer to him than I have to the pharaoh. And so I want to elevate the mundane stories of the checkpoints to the realm of the column, of the temple. And my attempt to bring them outside of the digital medium is an attempt at preserving them from the slings and arrows of digital evanescence, if you will.
Yeah, really appreciate both your answers. And it's making me think about memory's role in culture and culture making. And, that always, even despite, we have historical monuments from a long time ago and that are still there and have seen so many things, as well as posts that may feel mundane, but there is still a sense of collectivity. And I'm curious if you would both speak a little bit more to that, to the texture of memory as it, kind of weaves across different groups of people. Ruby, you mentioned a little bit about anonymity as well, and that phenomenon of interaction on YouTube, and and then Smitha, like your personal experience exploring these monuments and and their story and their significance to you, and how it might sit with other folks and how it relates to cultural memory or cultural identity. I wonder if you both want to talk a little bit more about that, the role and the texture of memory as it kind of weaves across identity.
So once again, this was only 8 minutes, but there's this big piece for me about memory being foundational to being. To be is also to remember, and to remember is to ingrain oneself into a history and a tradition. And when being goes online, when we go from being into the world to being online, there is a new tradition, of course, who must emerge from this being online. And this is what I'm trying to wrestle with, I think, in the project. So what are these traditions? And that's why I have to go back to matter, and I have to go back to the Roman graffiti that I showed in the slides. I have to go back to these examples of not necessarily the big monuments, so there's the graffiti, of course, and then there's the temple, right? I have to go back somewhere between the monuments and somewhere between the inscriptions from regular people in this new tradition. And so there's something very interesting. In one of the first iterations, actually, I had removed the names of the people who had posted the checkpoints. And then in the final one on Tuesday, the one I presented was by a user named Banana Man. I feel like, who's Banana Man? I'm like, I don't know who Banana Man is. It's just the name of the user. But I think it is legible to that individual if they were to encounter the piece somewhere. And I think this really ties in with sort of urban forms of memory making, like graph graffiti, where you have a certain mark as you're writing something on a wall. And so, yeah, does that answer the question?
Yeah, and just to respond directly to that before passing it to Smitha, I think it's really interesting, this aspect of being and the ephemerality of being in and of itself, right? That we ourselves are changing form, and sometimes there's different intentions for, why we post online, or why, the graffiti is happening on those Roman walls, or cave paintings and so on. And some of it may be the intention of, keeping record, or hoping to leave your mark for a long time. But sometimes it's also just like commenting to say, I'm here, and this is what I'm feeling in the moment, and there's something very scrappy about that. And so I just appreciate this inquiry toward like the act of being online in the context of your project, and then like you as an archivist with your own intention as well of bringing it into a stronger form. So thinking about memory as fleeting material in one way or another. But passing it over to Smitha and how you think about cultural identity in relation to memory.
Yeah, I think Ruby raised a lot of interesting points in terms of how memory and identity is in the current scenario. But I'd like to talk about how trustable and who's written, and whatever we're talking about, who wrote the inscriptions, who painted the caves, and how can we trust them? We know that history is a result of a lot of victories, a lot of wars, and the victors usually write history. So this usually comes from a place of power, like someone wins a war, they inscribe something. Someone wins something else, they build a sculpture, they construct a very tall pillar or another structure and put a statue on top. Or sometimes they even plunder existing structures and take them totally out of context and use existing elements to build something more grand, or they reuse or repurpose something. So here we're talking about memory, but there's a lot of erasure in the process, and there's a lot of building over and hiding someone else's past in the process. So it is messy, it is chaotic, but it also, the important question to ask is, how can we trust this narrator, and who is the narrator? Go
ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I do think I don't know how provable this is, but there is something somewhat transgressive about, at least in its history, of the graffiti. I don't think it tends to be the person in power who inscribes it. So similarly with the YouTube comment, it's not a New York Times article. It's not something that is even like put into some of the Library of Congress that is intentionally archived. It seems very bottom up to me, but I may be wrong. And maybe people who feel compelled to post have some kind of, desire to, you need a certain temperament, maybe, but I don't know. But I think for all within the whole scope of content, there is something quite bottom up from the sort of emergent act of trolling or posting on YouTube or whatnot.
Yeah, I would love to probe on that, Ruby, because I also know a little bit of your work in general. We've crossed paths before. So again, really appreciate being here. And I know that you're also interested in decentralized platforms, right? And Yeah, just curious to probe on this, like what does it mean to be doing graffiti on a centralized platform like YouTube, where users might not really have the ability to say, no, we're keeping that data, like that it's all sitting on someone's server, and unless you have already been archiving it, or maybe it's going through Internet Archive or something else, it does go, and we don't necessarily have the collective agency to keep it. Meanwhile, we have decentralized platforms where everything is stored, and the intention is that, or the caution as well of posting something to the decentralized side of things, is that a copy of it will always live somewhere. So you have to really, think about the permanency of that, even if it's an offhand comment. So curious if you have thoughts on that dichotomy.
Yeah. So it occurs to me that the first thing people will do is this impulse for the graffiti. So they're in the modern sense of terms, they are in the city. They will inscribe the wall, or they will do transgressive acts for something that was not made to be, actually call it a substrate for writing. In my work, say, my desire is really for these communities, because checkpoints, 10 years of communication is very long, a very long digital community, is that they actually formalize the processes of archival, and ideally from that emerges their own network. So I'm a big fan of AO3, Archive of Our Own, and Network of Our Own, both as platforms themselves, but also as philosophies. So digital communities, to me, should emerge in existing hegemonic structures, but should always seek to build out their own structures. I think I use the word fault tolerance. To me, that's very important. So fault tolerance in memory systems. So when I hand out the paper with the takeaway in the piece that David saw on Tuesday, this is my way also to create preventions for fault tolerance outside of digital systems as well, so that it becomes, it's a bit poetic, it's a bit quixotic, but whenever you take the paper and you read it, now you hold the memory and you can disseminate it. And so even if my stack of papers disappears, it will be held by other people all around. So there's this hope in this poetry, that in the gesture, that there are other modes of memory dissemination that perhaps are more resistant and are rhizomatic and are decentralized.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And just to wrap up comment, it's, in terms of taking memory into our own hands, I feel like, Smitha, you also have been, I really appreciate the way that you approach the pedagogical aspect of your models. So I noticed that, you mentioned the smaller scale, there's a question like, can you guess how tall this monument is? And it kind of obscures some of that information and is a lead in, a sort of seed and invitation to learn more about it. And then this larger scale model that you can kind of take apart and piece back together. And I would imagine in the process of piecing it together, you're really taking note of all of the detail on that monument, and learning more about it, and visually kind of sinking into it a bit more, and also hiding clues as well. So yeah, I really appreciate the meticulousness by which you've thought through that. And I believe we have to close now, but just, yeah, again, honored to learn more about both of your projects, and best of luck from here on.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Yes, special congratulations to Smitha and Ruby, and Anna and Leah, who are also on this panel. Special thanks to Alice for being our respondent today. And I also wanted to recognize the incredible work of the Symposium committee, who organized this. This whole show is really mostly student organized and student run. So a real accomplishment for these students to not only mount these thesis exhibitions, but to also organize these events. So I know Smitha was extremely helpful, and so we really appreciate that. And I also wanted to make sure that everyone who is going to the university commencement ceremony tomorrow at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Ruby will be one of the student university speakers, and you had a preview of how erudite and articulate and wonderful and interesting he is. And we all look forward to his remarks for the whole university community tomorrow. And you can catch that on the live stream, of course. A very appropriate place for Ruby to be found. And of course, this live stream itself will be archived on YouTube for an indeterminate amount of time and subject to further archives and re-archives and re-archives, hopefully. It's been a pleasure to host this symposium, and I congratulate all of the candidates on behalf of the co-directors and the other faculty members. And I hope that you will go back to the symposium someday when you are missing the experience of being in DT and your inspiring friends and colleagues who really make up the unique community experience that is. And as a faculty member, it's always incredible at this moment at the end, especially watching the whole symposium, to finally get a deep understanding of the cohort that has just been minted into alumni, and how frustrating it can be to finally meet people at the end. I wish you all the best, and we hope to see you back in the DT world, and maybe someday as a respondent to one of these symposia events. So with that, I will put up the sort of ceremonial thank you slide that DT has a penchant of showing at the end of presentations. And we will wish you all a wonderful afternoon, and we will see you next year at next year's DT Symposium here on live stream. Thanks, everyone. This concludes the DT Symposium for 2023. Congratulations to all the